Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'll start this again. Been sitting in here with Mr. Alan Reynolds Sr. for the last 20 minutes, rabbling on, and little did we know that nobody on the other side could hear a word we were saying. So Stevie Walker is in the commentary box again, and as I say, with the referee in the building, top pool coach, snooker coach, any coach, life coach, Alan Reynolds Sr. And we were actually going hell for leather on every facet of different parts of the game and people there, and nobody could hear us, Renzi.
Well, that's probably the best 20 minutes commentary Scottish Pool's ever had, Stevie. It's lost.
Craig's came in giving it big licks. I need that mouse, guys. Nobody can hear you.
However, as we introduce again, it's good to be in the commentary booth with you. I've been listening to you, watching you, doing the commentary. You're excellent at it. So I'm looking forward to this for a short while. Let's hope there's no decisions to be made that I have to put the microphone down, run out, make a decision and come back in.
Well, that's appreciated. Nothing like a little bit of praise from one of the guys you respect the most in the game. So I hope you guys out there, I don't know how many's on, I can't see the views, but there's a couple of, we see this quite a lot, Renzi, on the live chat function. Maybe get some questions from, there's young Ferrier, David Blakeway, the pool coach. Yep, Jack is flying. One of the things that I like most about it is that live chat function, so fire away with your questions while Renzi's in the building. Guys, if you've got anything that the best coach in the business can help you with.
As Marcy's taking care of this finish, Jack 5-2 up. We were discussing Jack and the fact that I've known Jack since he was like 10, 11, 12 years old. He used to come over to the Jersey Festival of Pool. He used to watch all the pros, playing the pro-arms, playing everything. And he's now playing all three disciplines at the game. He's playing 9-ball, he's playing Chinese 8-ball, he's playing this game. And he is properly making a living from the game, chasing the dough. He's off to Vietnam tomorrow to play Chinese 8-ball. He's there for about 10 days and then he's straight over to China. So he's well travelled and he's one of the top players about.
I find it incredible that I seen a wee while ago he put a post on, I don't know how many people saw it. It was shared about some of the pool pages. I think he was looking for some extra sponsorship, and I know he's got a lot of really good sponsors. Some of the big pool brands and that are on top of him because he's got something like, I might be wrong here, but I think he's got hundreds of thousands of TikTok followers or something like that, which I find absolutely incredible for anyone in Cuesports. I mean, I would imagine that Ronnie O'Sullivan's not got 600,000 TikTok followers, but
to be honest with you, Stevie, TikTok to me is like a mint you have, you know. TikTok is incredible what these guys do now, and Jack was telling me all about it. It's fantastic, and the sponsors have got involved. I think Joy help him out, and that's one of the biggest, if not the biggest company in pool, basically.
That's incredible.
No, multi-million pounds, and they're paying for like Jack's flights and things like that. So no, I look at guys like Gareth Potts, and I listen to the podcast there with Stephen Henry, and there's some money in that game.
Oh, that's the thing. I mean, Jack's decided that he's not only going to work on the table, he's going to work for himself to earn a living off the table, and he's doing it on and off the table by using pool, by using any kind of cue sport. As you say, he's playing 9-ball, he's playing Chinese 8-ball. Actually, I think it's quite inspiring that he's decided to say, well, do you know what? The prize money for me isn't enough. I want some more, and he's working really, really hard at it every minute of the day. So, big up Jack. He's decided that's what he's going to do, and he seems like a kind of bull with the horns. He's not messing about.
It's great for all the lads that's playing the game now, because there's actually pennies to be picked up now. There's a living to be made, and I love to see the Scottish boys doing well. Gibbsy, Liam, Mark Boyle, and the boys are actually making a living playing the game now, you know. And I just wish it was about years ago, but I'm not jealous and have no regrets. But it's fantastic to see the guys doing well.
That's the thing. I think the boom that the game has seen, not only the guys that are making some money, it's inspiring some more players to get involved. Even guys that aren't young maybe guys in their 20s and 30s that thought there's not much of living in that, so, but all of a sudden there's some money to be made, so there's a lot more people getting involved. I mean, a club like McGoldrick's given the best facilities for people to go and play and learn the game. It's great to see this boom in the game of pool, which was once only considered a pub game, Renzi.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go back years and years, but I remember playing a tournament in Cowie Miners Welfare, and it's in Denny, and they had 6 tables in there for one of the. I think, I'm not sure if it was a ranked event or just an event prior to the IM from Mr. McGoldrick thought through and Ross initiated. And I remember playing in the tournament, and there was a cue ball that you couldn't screw back with on one of the tables. So as soon as a match finished on one of the other tables, what people would do is grab the good ball and then put the cue ball that couldn't screw back on. So if anybody was coming to the new table, it was just incredible. And then you look at all the facilities in here, the Pro Cup balls and all the best of cloths and bigger bags, and it's different class.
That's great to see. Surprised there. I know the red on the side cushion. Just looking up at the board there, guys. 5-2 Billy Neal and Ryan Davey in this race to 7. That's the shock of the round to most people, as Renzi said before you guys were listening. Lots of people especially people from far and wide that don't know Billy. He is an absolute cracking player. He's got a table at home. He plays as much as he can out with his work life, but it might be a shock to some, but as Renzi said, not to us in here. He's a very, very good player and knows the full game inside and out. So Ryan's got a mountain to climb in that match. I was just going to ask you, Renzi, on this. Craig Marsh took the yellows from the start. They weren't exactly prime. He nailed a double, but they were still awkward. He only had one bad red at the time, just below the middle bag. Is that these decisions based on sharpness that we talk about, where he's thinking, I'll still get them?
I'm not sure. I was actually looking at all the other scores there instead of... and Marsh is now fudging. So...
How many people have used that no screwback cue ball excuse? Me yesterday.
Yeah, but this is genuine. An unusual last 16 game there as well. Vincent Kenny from the Dundee area against Andrew McPhee from Perth. They're no household names to everybody, Stevie, but it's good to see some guys getting through it the last 16. I think this is where the money starts.
Yep.
One of them's going to be in the last 8, possibly against Billy Neal, who's 5-2 up, and Ryan Davey. Ryan's maybe looking at that draw last night, with all respect to the other 3 guys, thinking to himself, I've got a great chance of getting to the semi-final. And now all of a sudden, Andy McPhee and Vincent are thinking to themselves, and Billy.
Well, Andrew McPhee was on the table next to me last night against young Gio Edgar, and although I was watching a wee bit, my game was going a little bit slow. I won't get into that, but I was watching a little bit of their game, and they were chipping chances back and forward to each other. It was a wee bit of a calamity at times. Gio didn't look as if he was in full flow, and I didn't know how the match finished, but now I do, knowing that Andrew's through.
Well, I obviously talked to young Gio at the end of the match, and I know Andrew quite well. I actually used to play in the same pool team. I was through in Dunfermline, and I think Andrew went reverse dish, breaking dish to get it 6-all. Right. Don't know how the last frame went, but I mean, that's good going against one of the top boys. You know, Definitely. One of the first big tournaments you've played in. So he's good stock. I know he's practicing with Liam quite a lot, so you could probably kind of get a better guy to learn from, because Liam plays every frame as if it's his life depends on it.
Well, and Andrew, he didn't actually. I think it's the right guy. Where, if you remember, Renzi, I was here on the Sunday morning. It was when the last 32 used to be played on the Sunday morning, and he didn't show. And I was waiting for about an hour. It was no, in fact, do you know what? It wasn't a Saltire. It was the IPA, and he didn't show for the next day. And I was here for about an hour, and then eventually they'd put me through, but he just decided not to turn up. And it was only yesterday I realised that's who it was.
Must have known who he was playing that day, Stevie.
That's it. He's got into the Lions Den against the homeboy. Big shot here from Marshy. He's decided to be aggressive.
So just a wee update for anybody that's actually watching the Marshy Jack game, or Jamie John. Ross Fairley's 4-2 up and Gav Robinson. So that's 2 pros. Barry Lynn and Chris Totten, 3-all. They're slugging it out to 2 Scots. Young Sean McGiff is 4-1 down to IPA pro Wade Morley. John Owens 5-1 down to the very good Clint Leanson. As we're watching, Jack's 5-3 up on Marshy. Jamie Burnett's 5-3 on Big John McAllister. Ryan Davies 5-2 down to Billy Neal, and it's 3-2 Andy McPhee against Vincent Kenny.
Foxy, how are you? Hope you're doing good, my friend. See you down in Coventry very soon if you're there. Marshy's put himself in a little bit of trouble here. He decided to go aggressive. Didn't land the way he would have hoped on his second last yellow. He's tried to screw back with a bit of reverse side, but it seemed to check off the second cushion. He's jacking up here. And Jack Whelan has a chance to get himself on the hill. Who put Dunster out?
Yeah, that was John Owen. John's a very dangerous player. But yeah, and he's just got a frame back against Clint there. He's 5-2 down. But I think Dunster drew John in the last 32 after having had eliminated him out of the winner's side earlier in the day. So, aye. Liam wasn't at his brilliant best yesterday, but John put him under pressure.
Did John play Boyle as well? Was it Boyle? I think John had Liam for whoever it was, and then it was either Boyle or somebody like that for Liam again, because I seen someone posting this morning it was a hell of a draw to come through to find himself in the last 16, but I'd have to have a look at that.
I'm not 100%. That many good games yesterday was, as there is with this tour.
I'm sure if Craig's listening, he'll maybe scroll down and let us have a look. Last time I did it, he came in and gave me into trouble for moving his screen.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is Craig's breakfast time, I think, so there'll be no chance of that. Jack's game a bit awkward here.
Does he have to take the long red now, or is he going to still drop this in? He's going to take the one in the middle.
Must be easier than it looks.
Yep.
From our view, Stevie. The problem's getting good on the next red. Don't know if he's going to play the red in the same bag. He's taking his time on this. He knows this is a big shot in the match.
He's going to have to play it with a trace aside to come past it, surely, or is he just going to drop it? Yeah, he's just dropping it.
Aye,
he's played that really well.
Yep. But
yep, there it's there. Liam Dunster, Ross Ewan, Mark Boyle, Clint. I don't know what that means.
Maybe that's all the guys he played yesterday. He lost to Clint, he beat all the rest of them.
But he lost to Liam first.
Okay, that's strange.
Maybe it's Boyle then Liam again, rather than Clint.
Yeah, sure. Aye, and Clint today. Yeah, aye. Clint
yeah,
today.
aye, that's it. Yep. Yep, that's it. He's playing Clint right now.
Yeah,
no,
he's
that's
making a mini revival as well, because he's got an 8-ball here to make it 5-3. That's on one of our other screens, guys. Are those with loads of tellies in the living area can watch all 3 matches?
Well, that's the thing. I know only too well, and most people up here do, that John Owen, even at 5-2 and 5-1 or whatever it is down, he's never beat. I personally was 4-1 up on him in a race to 5 in the loser side of this in the Players' Lounge, and they dished, reversed, and put me out 5-4. Maybe I could have tapped the pack once he started smashing them in like that, but I was feeling quite good myself up until that point. So John is one of the players. He can do that to anyone, and I mean anyone.
We've also got Ross Fernie 5-2 up and Gav Robinson. Fernie's quietly going about his business quite well.
Yep, a sober Ross Fernie is a dangerous Ross Fernie.
He's in best behaviour. He's got a
good lady.
Aye.
Gav, unfortunately, had some issues with getting somewhere to stay last night. Glasgow is hosting I think it's some kind of World Championship cycling event, and the hotels were all booked out or costing absolute fortunes. So as far as I'm aware, Gav Robinson had to drive all the way home last night and then back up this morning, which is not ideal for anyone in the game of pool.
Especially if you're walking into somebody
exactly like Ross Fernie. Well. Well, Jack Whelan is at the table with a chance to win the match against Craig Marsh.
I think he's just played. I'm trying to multitask now, but is Jack on yellows? Because
yes.
He's just played probably one of his worst shot of the day.
Yep.
Maybe his worst shot of the weekend. He's made it really difficult for himself, and I think he still needs to commit to finishing it because Marshes are sitting there lovely. So
yep.
He's got to try and find it for somewhere.
Yep, I agree with that. The depth of pool is very scary, and the thing that we see every day is there is anybody that can beat anybody, but the difference obviously for me and the top guys is consistency. And trying to find that consistency is the big test for the rest of us guys, trying to go and compete and beat the guys that seem to keep getting to semis, finals and winning these events. So as much as I don't think there's a whole lot between everybody, ability-wise, you could probably throw a blanket over everybody and there won't be much ability difference, but there's just something different between the years of these guys that seem to go all the way time after time.
But Jack's did well there to recover, and now he's put himself in a wee bit of trouble again.
He played a great shot on the yellow into the middle, didn't he? Round off two cushions, and he's played a lovely plant.
Yeah, these top guys just know how to get themselves out of tricky situations more than anybody else.
I was actually going to say, Renzi, I'm sure I've watched him play. There's a video he does, I think he does 10 offset long plants in a row on one of his videos. So that's a shot that even though he landed awkward, he was probably pretty comfortable there.
Yeah, it's just practice, Stevie. What a finish Jamie Burnett's taking away.
Unbelievable finish.
Anybody watching that match as well, if he gets this without fouling. Yeah, brilliant for Jamie Burnett. If you're watching the Jamie Burnett John McAllister game, that was a tremendous out with Jamie there to get his cell on the hill in that one.
And John Owens pulled another one back, guys. But the match here on the main table is now over, and Jack Whelan is now through to the last 8. Jamie Burnett, 6-4 up. Mr. Garnett, good afternoon. Looking at that comment from the pool coach. Just push the wee button up, Renzi. Renzi's microphone was off for a second there, guys, as the game was getting changed over. But, yep, that's one of the things, Renzi, looking at the guy we have here on the chat, the pool coach. He's looking at the the difference between the fine margins and the consistency that the top guys obviously have. The difference between the likes of snooker, where pool you always have a chance maybe, whereas do you think a top pool guy on their day can maybe have a good performance against, say, Stephen Hendry in a snooker table?
At snooker?
Exactly. But I think on their day, the average club guy could maybe beat Liam in a one-off match.
No, I don't think so.
No?
Nah.
You don't think it's
I
as...
don't
no
agree.
matter what, the levels are just there?
Yeah, I don't agree with the guy, to be honest with you. Small ball's always been my game. And I think guys like that we're watching just now, Jamie, once you respect the game totally, you can be really, really good at small ball. And no, I don't think so. I think one frame, anybody can win. One frame, right? Not anybody can win one frame at snooker. That's impossible,
I agree with that.
right? But at pool, you can win one frame, but not first to 10. Like Liam's beating even average players first to 10 all the time.
Yep.
You know, it's that simple. And Mark Boyle and Scott Gillespie, and there's reasons for it that I'm not going to get into a lot of detail over, but because this is people that come and see me, I'll explain that to them.
Yep, that's it. You want to find details, guys, you need to book in with a coach. Chris Ferrier has says there, does the pool coach know that Renzi is the GOAT pool coach? All good, Mr. Garnett, all good. Hope to see you down in Coventry. Everything is all organised. My hotel is sorted. I will be there 100%, so look out for me, mate. Jamie got himself into a bit of trouble there. He played the ball, the yellow, into the right middle pocket, and in doing so, clipped the red, went high, left himself almost no shot, and now he's given John McAllister 2 shots. There's only really one awkward red at the bottom of the table after the 2 shots. Looks like he's going to move the one closest to the right middle pocket. What would you be doing here, Renzi, with 2 shots on reds?
It's very interesting. I think he's got to move the one that you said, Stevie, the one that's closest to the right middle. John's that good with the cue ball that it's, like it a lot.
Very, very good shot.
If you can, that's the best way to do things. If there's awkward balls, if you can try and bring them all out in the one go. There was a slight risk because he doesn't know where they're kicking out to, but he probably couldn't have placed them better with his hand. And I think it'll be 6-5 now. John won't miss here. Unless it gets unfortunate with a kick or something like that.
I'm slightly surprised he didn't take the red he was closest to there first. But, I mean, he's obviously...
Well the red that he's played for is obviously the awkward one.
Yep.
And he's played that great.
Yeah, that's perfect.
These guys don't care about how far away they are, as long as they solve the problem.
Yep. I like that, the way he's actually went about it. I think he's going to just leave himself here close to the cushion where he can come down that side, guaranteeing himself an easier shot.
Whereas the guys just starting out are your average pool team guys and what have you. They're always trying to get close. These guys don't. They rely on their coup actions of what have you. They just want to leave yourself shots. Perfect.
Played that really well. Looked like a bit of stun run through off the bottom cushion. The reaction of the white was a good shot.
And Jamie may regret that mistake because he had a wee chance there. But it's his break here, so this is a massive break. And if Jamie's anything like his mate Gibbs, he'll be thinking, I need to break in this year because I can't hand it over to the guy. This might be your last shot in the match.
Just had a glance over there. Renz, John Owens back to 5 each. Clint is at the table with a chance, but He needs to play this shot well. I think he'll leave himself the plant if he finds himself on the gap.
John Owens just went into overdrive, Stevie. He got those 3 frames in about 5-10 minutes.
Yep.
I did get the luxury of watching both matches in here in the commentary booth, and it was a really nice, quick finish he got there to go 5 also. Clint's got to capitalise here because it's the first shot he's had for three racks.
Billy Neal is on the hill against Ryan. I've just noticed that, 6-3.
It was 6-2, so that's a mini revival for Ryan. Fernie's on the hill against Gav. It's 6-4 there. And Fernie's on a finish on table 1, which is closest to the commentary booth.
And it's dry. It is dry.
Has he got a shot to the red, to the middle? There's certainly no yellow on. My eyes ain't but they used to be, however, so I wonder if Craig can zone us in. If he's listening. I have to say, Craig does a wonderful job, Stevie.
Unbelievable. I think he's taken a live streaming on Scottish Cuesports streaming to new levels. As everybody knows, we're here in the Belhaven Saltire Scottish Series Event 4, live in McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar. And some phenomenal pool you guys have today. Jack Whelan's the first guy in the quarterfinals.
You also have to hand it to Santa and Paul for getting all these guys to come up for like a 2-day event up in Scotland. But the reason they come up is because of the venue has been so good.
Yep. There wasn't that long ago, I think it was at the start of this year, when all the names came in for this year's tour, and Goobsy, Mr. Scott Gillespie himself, had commented and said these events should now be regarded as majors. You have some of the best players from both big professional organisations as well as some of the top guys in Scotland, all under one roof, vying for the title of any of these events. He's saying is as big as winning any tournament out there with the players that's in them now. So they're very highly regarded events, as you say. Paul and Santa have done phenomenal to put this together and get these kind of players from all over the UK.
What I like about it, Stevie, is I believe it's £100 entry.
Yep.
If you get your name in there quick, you're playing against the guys at the best in the UK, the best in Europe, the best in the world.
Yep.
I mean, if I had the chance to play against Tiger Woods and Phil Mickelson and all these guys for £100, even though I know I couldn't compete with them, I'd be going in there.
Oh, every day of the week.
That's the great thing about it. You also get guys in here that just want to be playing against the very, very best. So that's
actually something. I don't know how many years ago it was that you said that to me, when I was considering I was losing the plot a wee bit in the game, and I said, I think I need to chuck it, Renzi, and you said, well, maybe you should, or why don't you go and play against the best players, and that's how you improve. And I decided to do the latter and try and play against the best players, and I think I've improved a bit.
Oh, the improvement's there, there's no doubt about that. No doubt about that. You're hard on yourself, Stevie. That's fair enough, because you know what you can produce.
Yep.
But it's then reproducing when it matters most, you know. Everybody's good practice-wise. It's just taking it into matches, and that's not easy.
No.
But that's what we all try and do, and we all try and work on, and we all try and get better. And it can happen because these boys that are all playing at the highest level, they're all good in practice as well, but they're just that wee step above at the moment, and that's where you want to get to.
Ross Fernie is through, I see. Billy Neal is also through.
Wow, that's a massive result for Billy, but not the biggest surprise, I say. Or I did say when we had the 20 minutes that we weren't talking to anybody. I think he took Morgan out yesterday. Morgan's just off an IM win. I think he's ranked provisionally in the top 4 or 5 in the country. So that's a couple of real big scalps for Billy.
Having a look on, I know you guys can't see it, but on the other table, Clint has broke in the decider against John Owen, and look at that white. For you guys that can't see, the white is cemented between a red and a yellow with no starting shot. So that's going to be an exciting frame. Jamie Burnett is at the table here with 3 dead reds, I suppose you could call them. What will he do? What would you do here, Renzi? This is, I mean, it's not a decider, but Jamie's on the hill. As you said, he doesn't want to hand the break to John in a decider. And he's got the reds here, pretty awkward.
Yep, they are awkward, but I know. The good thing is the 2 bad reds that are over on the right-hand cushion, sandwiched between the yellow to the middle and obviously the yellow there. One of them back doubles into a big bag, which is then going to kiss the other one out. So that gets rid of that problem. It's actually the one on the right cushion that seems to be the problem, and it's putting the pattern together to be able to get them. So, and Jamie's also looking at that, and at the middle, I'm surprised he's not looked at the double yet, because I thought that solved all the problems. He seems to think that he can play the plant down for the middle, and I didn't see that. Good. Ooh. I think he would have liked to have been straighter on it, because he can control the cue ball better. But
worst case here, he kills the yellow.
I think Jamie would love to get out here. Right, okay. So, exactly what you said, Stevie. But now he's left John the double into the big bag, and he's left John the yellow into the. So when I say big bag, it's like it's the left middle. If John doubles this yellow into the left middle, that gets rid of that problem. He then plays the yellow into the bottom left, stuns across, plays the yellow into the big bag right middle, and comes out for the yellow into the right middle, because the red's going to be moved away and goes up for the that's simple. Just a simple wee tap in, to be honest with you. Back in the day, that was a simple wee tap in for me, Stevie. Now I can see them, but there's no danger that I can do them.
The thing is, I think you're right. I think Jamie's just played that just a touch too soft, because, as I was saying, the worst case scenario would be that he could at least kill the yellow if it's down next to the red, but Jamie's thinking if it goes, he can try and finish it. Here we go. This is a big shot. I mean, it doesn't look stuck to the cushion, but could this have the same scenario as the last 2 shots, or does this one go?
What's interesting for me is, this is where I talk about. I think Jamie, who's a top player, I think he's still finding his feet. And he's been the first to admit, I've talked pool with Jamie a few times, still finding his feet a bit in the pool world. I think Gibbsy would have doubled it. I think maybe Liam and Boyle would have doubled the ball and not played the plant. There we go. And John came a bit awkward here. He needs to go forward with right hand side, or does he just try and screw back and leave a longish cut, tough cut on the 8 ball? It looks like he's pulling back. Oh, he's played a lovely power stun. He had a better angle than I thought on it. Aye, I think Jamie will regret not playing the double into the big bag now.
So that, as you say there, is that a massive difference then between the snooker player taking up pool, not seeing maybe the obvious pool shot?
Possibly. I don't like to be harsh on Jamie, because he's phenomenal. He is phenomenal. But as I say, if you had a poll of 10 top players, I think, I might be wrong, I think most of them would have played the double. I think what felt like Jamie doing was, very unusually, his cue ball.
Yeah, he's come back too far.
I thought he'd come back 6 inches too far instead of being straighter on it, and if he's straighter on it, I think he definitely gets it with conviction. And obviously playing the plant, he's more control over where the second yellow's going. Whereas if you're playing a kick out, you've not really got the control factor over where the ball's kicking to. So maybe that's why he's did it. And I'm being harsh on him, saying that he just didn't see it.
Look at that break.
If he's got a starter red, he's I mean, it's just great shape. If he can put that red into the right middle, John will be out here.
He might. No, he won't play the plant first, but that red that he's closest to, is that the awkward one? It doesn't look as if it goes in any bag.
Oh, I mean, it goes to the left centre. It goes to the left,
of course.
left top corner. But as you say, it's all about solving the problems. If you can solve the problem right away and play the plant, the plant's not nice though.
No, I know. It's just I thought I seen him looking at it, and I think he is. He is.
Gets this his only one in the middle as well, I think. Yeah, nice. Yeah. It was actually a bit simpler than I seen it.
Yep.
Good spot, Stevie. There you go. I've just let myself down there. I seen the really difficult part on the last time and couldn't see the simple one this time. That's why I've got a referee's jersey on.
I only noticed it, mate, through years and years I've been by your side. And Clint got over the line, guys. He actually took out a monster. He played a pop kick and actually killed one of his yellows. I say killed, he knocked onto the side cushion, but he dealt with it very simply. And Clint is now through. John had a famous fight back, and unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
You know, John's actually one of the guys. He's always had great ability, John. But now he's a top player. Yep. I think he's in the top 8 in the Scottish rankings, and it just seems the more mature John's got, the better yep. he's got. Obviously, these rules suit him as well because he's always been super aggressive, and it just seems to be loving his pool now.
John's not gone far enough on that when he's dropped the ball into the middle, and he's left things a little bit awkward for himself. Does he have to play another plant? He's going to have to come down the table and avoid a lot of yellows.
I think the awkward red for him is the one that's closest to the blue spot, Stevie, at snooker.
Yep.
That
must pass. He's looking at it like it passes here, but it's quite tight.
I mean, if that goes to the bottom right, it's...
He's played the plant again.
Oh, right, okay.
And again, he's chasing his tail a wee bit here.
He's got one good positional shot to play in.
Has Chris Smelling won a Saltire event? No.
But I think he's only played in... Oh, no, he has. Yeah, he has. I'm sure that I commented on Facebook that Chris came up with his Chinese 8-ball cue, which was like a black mamba. It's like a total black... I think he the first one he competed in, I'm sure he won.
Right, I didn't know that.
I'm getting a wee bit older and a wee bit senile now, but I'm sure that I refereed Chris smashing somebody up basically like his Chinese 8-ball cue.
Was that in the players' lounge?
Oh
my
wow.
word.
Jamie must have got half off his seat there. And
he got the company that made his actual American pool cue made him a cue the same kind of spec but a smaller tip for this game, is that right?
Aye, possibly. I think it was in here, Stevie, but as I say, don't... maybe Craig will be able to tell us, Mr. Stats. I'll find that information out when John pots this black, actually, because did somebody ask that?
Yep.
Oh, I've got to find that.
Drew Larkin.
I've got to find out for Drew Larkin then if he did. Can't be having commentators in here not knowing the stats. And that's the good. Drew, I'll find out for you now, mate.
There is one of those moments, guys, where opportunities to play certain shots at certain times. I don't think Jamie had anything easy at 6-5 down. His reds were all really, really awkward, but just not getting the shot right, and John McAllister has managed to take out a couple of finishes and win that match on the hill. So John goes through along with Ross Fernie, who will play Chris Totten. At players it was, I thought that. Yep, so it was in players. That's what I thought it was. I thought Chris Mellon, I wasn't sure if he'd won one, and then I've got some kind of memories of him doing well in the players' lounge, so I think that is the match. Jack Whalen will play John McAllister. Billy Neal is awaiting the winner of Andrew McPhee and Vincent Kenny. Andrew McPhee is 6-3 up in that match. And Wade Morley 6-3 up against Sean McGiff. And the winner of that will play Clint Ianson. Right now it's looking like it's going to be 4 Scots and 4 Englishmen in the quarterfinals. Yep, that was in the players' lounge. It was in the players' lounge, guys. Chris Mellon with his custom-made American kind of pool cue, which is made to a spec to suit the small ball game. It's actually crazy to look at, but it just shows you what can be done. I wonder how much it cost. I'm sure Chris would have got it for free. He's earned these stripes. That game with Wade Morley and Sean is now over. And Wade will play Clint in the quarterfinals. I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. We'll get the next game on as soon as possible. welcome back. Well, I'm saying welcome back. It's us that's been welcome back. I hope everybody else is still on the viewing. Massive match for you here, guys. 2 IPA pros, Wade Molly and Clint Ianson. Who have you got in this one, Renzi?
Oh, put me right on the spot there. I would go with Clint. I just think Clint is... I just like Clint's game. I've watched him for afar, played against him. Just a top player. And I think he makes less mistakes than Wade. I know Wade's playing a bit Chinese as well, so it's hard to mix them.
Yep, that's the one thing, just on that point. When this great club, McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar, opened up and the brand new Rasson 9-ball tables were put in, and there was quite a lot of people getting involved, and there was league nights and stuff, and I thought, I'm going to give that a wee go. But I couldn't do both. And I think I'm too old to be going and trying to chase 2 of these games, so I decided that it was the small ball game that I preferred, so doing both wasn't for me. But fair play to the guys that are trying to do, like you spoke about Jack Whelan earlier, doing 3 different disciplines.
It takes a bit of doing. It really does, because the balls are like, obviously, when you've been playing a lot of 9-ball, and that, by all accounts, those are the same size of balls as Chinese. When you come back and play with these, it's like playing with marbles, mate. Yep. No, they're tiny, so that takes a bit of getting used to again. The wee bit of research I did when I was out there, when the match had finished, Chris Belhaven won the first event of the season. He beat Michael Tomlinson in the final. Oh, somebody already
Somebody says McAllister, but it was Michael Tomlinson.
It was Michael Tomlinson, by all accounts. And I was talking to John McAllister, and I says, oh, you nearly missed that second last red. He says it was a half kick.
Right.
I knew John wouldn't admit to nearly missing that. So, no, John's absolutely sound. So, no, he says it was a kick. He says, if Neil had a canary, I think it is a polite way to say it when it did kick, because he thought he'd missed it.
Andrew McPhee has now put that game to bed against Vincent Kenny, so that quarter-final match between Billy Neal and Andrew McPhee will start very, very soon.
You know what? I'm actually made up for both those guys. I know them both. I rate them both. But nobody will have known these guys before last weekend. And one of them is going to be playing Jack Whelan or John McAllister in the semi-final.
Absolutely fantastic.
As you say, Gibbsy says, that's a major event.
Yep. And you consider some of the names over the weekend that's been on the tables in here, some of the guys that have been sent home, some of the names that are still left in. It's definitely a major event when it comes to any pool tournament that I've ever played in.
And I was talking to young Ryan Davey there as well, and I says, what happened? And he says, no complaints, Billy didn't miss a single ball. So that's something going. So good luck to the two of them.
Clint has taken these out very well so far. He had a very first shot where he played a pot kick, opened them up, and nothing's been easy. He's been chasing the white a little bit, but he's took them out very, very well up to here.
This is a tough shot unless the last red goes to the left corner, which I can't really see. We'll soon see by the way he plays it. Yes, it does. So these have been pretty straightforward for Clint. He
makes it look very easy. I like how he just kind of... Like now, he's not walked round the table 4 times, and I've myself had previous for having a wee walk round and having a... He just seems to be quite comfortable facing the ball he's going to play, knowing where he's going to play into, and I must admit, I like that about his game. I mean, he's landed slightly awkward there.
But that's what happens if you don't walk around and then feel for it then.
That
was just...
No, that's exactly it. But I've noticed that with Clint, that it's very rare that you see him taking that walk round, maybe putting his hand on the table and looking at the angle or the areas where he could maybe get away with landing. He's just got a fluency to his game, but I suppose... I mean, it's served him well. You can't say it could be littered with mistakes because he's took the finish out absolutely fantastic. But it's something that I admire because I can't do it. I need to have a look.
I like his pace. I think he's got a very fluent style. He's not too quick, he's not too slow. He just fluency, the perfect word for him, to be honest with you. And he's played so often that muscle memory kicks in, and when he's playing wee shots like that, he knows the area he's going to.
I guess it depends on what type of player you want to be. And you look at, you just mentioned like Ryan Davey. Ryan, I was speaking to Ryan last night, and you'll see Ryan kind of go round on shots, and he'll point to areas. He'll touch the cloth and the sides of the cushion, or where it is that he's kind of hoping to play into. And a lot of the time he does it very, very well. Whereas then you look at Clint, for example, who doesn't even give his next shot a second look. He just plays to that area. What's your preference?
Oh, my preference is the Ryan way.
Yep.
I'm not going to lie there, Stevie. It's I think the vast majority of top players all have a pretty similar pre-shot routine.
Right.
And I would say that as high as 80% of them, you know, if you 10 top players, I would say 8 out of the 10 go around, look where they want to leave the white. Sometimes they'll visualise, sometimes they'll feel for where to go. And Ryan's certainly one of them. There's loads of them, you've just got to watch. But when I'm helping people, or I'm saying to them, look, the Ryan's one of the examples I use to say, like, his pre-shot routine's just a bit pretty spot on. A lot of people think Ryan takes his time, plays a wee bit, but you can do it. You can still have a pre-shot routine the same as Ryan's, but obviously just play quicker.
Yeah.
You know, Stuart McCulloch's another one, believe it or not, who's got an excellent pre-shot routine, as has obviously the obvious ones like Fernie, Dunster, Goobsy.
Yep. I think that's quite a... I was just, whilst you were talking there, I was watching Clint play. I mean, he didn't have a finish. He was trying to kick balls out. And again, while you were talking about that, he kind of just goes down and plays the way he's facing, no matter what. And I was looking at it, was awkward. He had to try and get the red out in the side cushion. I think, would Jason have had a pre-shot routine similar to these guys? Will he have his own way within playing really fast and aggressive?
That's a good question, to be honest with you, because it's been so long since Jason played small ball. I would say more so as he matured at 9 ball.
Yep.
So, I mean, Jason was top drawer at this.
Yes.
For me, it's quite weird because I love Jason to bits, but I thought Jason was like a showman. I think it mattered to Jason how he played and the shots he played, and he was an entertainer. Whereas some others are like the perfect example was like Ronan. Ronan was I just get the job done at all costs guy. You know, and I think there's many guys like that. I think Liam's like that. Goobsy's a kind of hybrid between the two.
Yep.
Boyle's a hybrid between the two. So there's no right or wrong. But no, Jason's routine was good, but I'd say even more so now.
I think your pre-shot routine, I mean, I'd never in my life thought about it in that way until speaking to yourself a while back. And I watch a lot of golf. I know this is maybe mad for people, and I hear them talking about pre-shot routine in every facet of the game. Some of the most successful guys, obviously in snooker, pre-shot routine. I don't think I ever heard it until I spoke to you about it a while ago and even thought about it. I don't think I had. I mean, there'd maybe be times where I would feather the cue ball once, maybe times I'd feather it 4 times, maybe times I'd walk around the table, times I wouldn't. I'm probably a bit all over the place, and there must be hundreds of players with ability. Do you think the pre-shot routine holds a lot of people back?
Yeah, but it doesn't hold the snooker boys back because they've all got it.
Yep.
That's why that's why they're so good. All they need to do is respect our game, learn our game a wee bit, and that's why they're
right.
In my opinion, I think it really helps. I think because our game's a so-called pub game and this and that, it's not till now that people are seeking advice and help and all that sort of thing. And I'm big on that. I'm not going to lie. I'm big on that, but I know the snooker guys are really big on it.
It's mad when you watch, like, I've been in here and I hear people talk about certain players and the way they go about their game, and maybe taking so long over a ball that's hanging over a pocket rather than just go down and stroke it in. And I've complained myself sometimes. I think it's obvious what you're going to do, but I suppose if it's going to knock you out of sync on what you do on every shot, whether it's the most difficult shot on the table or the most simplest, getting that routine. Is that a foul there, Renzi?
Oh, didn't see it. I might get shouted in a second, but I didn't see it. Don't know if Craig's watching just now. He could rewind it back and have a look. But the two players seem happy enough anyway. And
I think that Clint has... So the red was on at the side cushion and it's ended up out there, but it came out the way. It didn't go cushion first. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I just caught my eye there as we were talking. But
I would say 99%. In fact, the vast majority of players are all so honest, and these are two pros playing against each other. So whatever decision it was they've made, they've got on with it quick, and they were both really happy with it. And Wade's still got a great chance here. I think he might have to. I'm not sure if the 8 ball's available into the middle.
that was Billy Neal just giving us a wee nod there. They're waiting to start their game, but nobody shouted on them. It's down for table 1, so they should be getting started any minute while Wade is taking this away.
Yeah.
It's Billy Dixon saying they'll need more entertainment, not mentioning any names on his comment there. I think, was it the shootout when it became quite famous, wasn't it? And that, I think if you're going to have an entertaining, that was the one. I think these kind of events, if you're a purist, you like every kind of facet of the game.
What's the fella's name that made the comment? Sorry.
Billy Dixon.
Billy, can you expand on that? I don't actually. What do you want me to do? Tell a couple of jokes, a couple of magic tricks? Is that sort of entertainment? Are you talking about like playing quicker, faster, time clocks?
That's a fair point. Is good pool entertaining enough for most, or is it the Fast and Furious style?
Well, that's what I'm more or less having a laugh about with Billy. More or less saying what is it you're looking for? Some people might buzz off it. People that are just playing the game at the very, very highest level without making mistakes. I wasn't the biggest Steve Davis fan. I was an Alex Higgins fan back in the day, but I totally respect that what Steve Davis did to change the game. He was interesting, but he was dominant, you know.
He was very, very different to the guys on tour after watching him speak to Stephen Hendry about how he didn't speak to any of the other players. He didn't mix with the other players. He did his thing and his thing only, and it brought him so much success. You can't argue with the way he goes about his business, and I think that goes for a lot of the pool guys that have success. They all have their own way. Referee is stepping to table 1 to cover the lag. The guys didn't know what table they were on. Now they're on the table and they can't even argue over a lag properly. Somebody take the initiative, guys. No, guys, listen. Everybody's got a different view on what's entertaining in the game of pool. Like, we've got Wade Morley and Clint Jansen, 2 top pros in the IPA, and both of them are, I think, entertaining in different ways. But looking at Billy saying there, Jason being an entertainer, I made the comment in regards to that. Jason was undoubtedly an entertainer. One of the things I liked about Jason, and I played in the same team as him a few times, was how quick he seen the shot, how fast. And there was times I was at the table myself and I would be shaking my head because and he would be, come on, Stevie, come on, have a quick look, and he would see something in a split second. And maybe that was the entertainer in him because he played so fast that he had to see these things. I don't know, but I think he also had. He loved looking good while he played the game as well, but I think he looked good every time he played the game, Jason. He just had that way about him.
Jason's a natural born pool player, Stevie. Listen, I know the boy really well. It's kind of his dad's one of my best friends, and I've known Jason since he started on the Coors, 6, 7, 8-year-old. Jason, very entertaining. Probably the most entertaining. You see that with the Moscone Cup now, but Jason was doing that with like Scotland teams, even at like youth level. I can remember he broke and dished a guy. It was under 21s. I think he was 15 at the time, with a pair of Scotland sunglasses on. And he walked on. He shook the boy's hand. He was playing totally disrespectful.
Yeah.
And says, mate, I'm gonna. That was I think it was in the semi-final or something of the event, and and that's just typical Jason. So, listen, there's no many Jasons about. That's for sure.
He was a bit of an enigma when it came to some of the stuff that he did on and off the table, Jason. But an absolute talent. Probably the most gifted player I've seen with my own eyes with a Q.
Yeah. And I think even like the great man Ross would say that as well. I think if he was picking the most gifted, it would definitely be Jason.
Yep. Wade had a good chance there. He had the yellow off the red into the right middle, and it's taken me back to the last match where John McAllister and Jamie Burnett both had attempts at the same shot and didn't get it. Slightly misjudging it, and Clint, he's underhit that a bit. Oh. First time he walks around the table, he drops his cue.
There.
That shows you how unnervy that was there for him.
I mean, I think Clint's entertaining to watch.
So they are. I think I just like the way he plays the game.
I think Fernie's very entertaining to watch. They don't mess about, they just go on with it. But they're capable of doing that as well, I suppose.
I wonder if he can just sneak past that. It doesn't look like it. Looks tight. He'd have been hoping that white stopped a few inches shorter just to roll the plant in. He must be able to get through.
As a player, you're still playing at a high level now, Stevie. For me, but there's nothing worse than when the guy blows the frame to you.
Yep.
To blow it back to him.
No, of course. That's I've sat there numerous times in my chair. What a goal that is, guys. I don't know if you're watching the football, but I've sat there numerous times in my chair hoping for a chance, hoping that the guy makes an uncharacteristic mistake. And when they do, I mean, sometimes I've sprung off my chair, and the amount of times I've sat back down and thinking, what the hell did I just do, after praying and hoping for that chance? There is nothing worse. There is nothing worse than asking for a chance. I went up the road a few times and said, if the guy blew me away, I would have been happy. But I've made so many silly errors and handed so many frames back that I should have taken. And yep. And Clint's just basically did exactly that there.
That's the thing. If somebody blows you away, you've not got an issue with it. It's when you make mistakes yourself. But that's the whole thing about the game. You should actually be looking and saying, right, okay. Like Ryan Davey there, he didn't miss a single ball. Well, there's nothing you can do about that. But it's when you've had chance after chance, that's when you need to start saying, right, okay, what did I do wrong? How did I feel? How can I remedy that? How can I sort that? If you care, that is.
Yeah, of course. It's mad. A lot of people listening will know that I'm involved in football. And some of the things I say to the kids that I work with every day about fixing some of the issues and improving on some of the issues. And the thing I use most is hard work. You just have to work harder than the guy next to you. And your ability will always let you down, but that hard work and that effort can't, because that's a choice. And I've always worked hard to an extent, but there's certain things that I do wrong on many, many occasions. and I keep saying, I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to fix it, but yet I dish out the same advice on a daily basis. So I don't know if anybody listening goes through similar things. I think sometimes I just need to take my own advice and go and work hard at fixing that initial problem rather than going and doing the things that I'm good at over and over. Taking your own advice is sometimes hard, though, isn't it? Sometimes you need to hear it from someone else.
I think natural ability at any sport only gets you so far. Hard work's massive, but also being a realist.
Yep.
As you say, what is the point of massaging your ego with saying, right, I'm going to practice this because I'm really good at this? Practice what you're not good at.
Yep.
And park that until it goes wrong. See, once you've learned a thing, that's you, just park it. Park it, and then the things you're not so good at, that's the ones to practice.
Yep. It's very obvious, and it seems very, very simple. But there's probably a million people that if you were to ask them the question, what do you do when you go and practice? And they say, I smash the balls up and try and dish.
And also there's a set, once guys get to certain levels, again, if you take it, I keep referring back to, if you take the 10 top players, for example, in this tour or whatever, you ask them about their practice regimes, it'll surprise you that they don't probably practice as much as the guy trying to get to them. You know, to get to the top 10, because once you get to a certain level, they're only sharpening up. Yep. They're not actually putting hour after hour after hour in.
It's fine-tuning certain aspects.
Yeah. You get some people that are more natural than others, some people that need to practice more than others, and that's just that's just the way it is. Some people that don't practice at all.
I mean, you look at Scott Gillespie, Goobsy, I think he's kind of well-renowned as being a bad practicer.
Yeah.
Doesn't put in the time that he would maybe argue that he should on occasion, and he rocks up to some of these events and plays some of the pool of his life. I suppose that's great if it works for you, but I think he would confess as well that he would probably win even more if he did put that extra time in.
But I think he's a hard worker. I think his business
no,
is...
of course it's
you know, it's a lot of rough work he does. So I think he's tired a lot and he doesn't want to go out and practice or what have you. But when he does dedicate to practice, he's an animal. He, you know.
That's a great finish here from Wade Morley.
Mark's the same. When Mark puts a practice in, he's unbelievable. And if you want to talk about the 3 top guys in Scotland, and then the other wee guy's just unreal. If he's practicing, he's just and he used to practice. He never practiced what he was good at. He practiced the things he wasn't so good at. Obviously, he's got a business and all that now, so he's not maybe been as dominant as he had been, but he's a hard worker when it came to practice as well. He probably practiced more than anybody. But as I say, his practice regime, people wouldn't believe he plays a lot of people's sets in that, but he just puts individual hard thoughts up for himself. I
think that's the key. I mean, I say to the kids, what we do on the training pitch is all great and it's working on everybody, but it's what you do when you're on your own. It's what you do to prepare when it's just you, yourself. If it's with a pool table, if it's with a football, if it's with a golf club, it's the work you do away from the everyday stuff, as you say there. You may be doing sets, playing against somebody. I could come in here with Robert Stephen, Davy Markey, David Kadir, whoever it is, all top players, and have races to 7, and it's great match practice and stuff like that. But away from those games is obviously the stuff that would make the big difference.
Yeah, I think to get to that level, it's hard. I used to like playing people sets and things like that once I did my own practice.
Yeah, right.
You know, so that's if you dedicate 3 hours to practice, I want to play somebody a set, it'll take an hour and a half. I want to practice an hour and a half myself. Because I know the hour and a half I'm playing myself, I'm on the table for that full hour and a half. Whereas playing somebody, especially somebody that's a wee bit better than you, which is a good thing because you're learning from them. But they might then be on the table an hour and you're only on it half an hour. So But everybody, as I say, is at a different level. Everybody's different.
That makes sense. As you say, I've probably never looked at it that way. When somebody says, do you have a good hit? And I'll say, we had a good 3 hours. It finished this score, this score, this score. And you, as you say, you could have lost 7-2, 7-2, 1-7-4. But the time on the table is vastly different. I've never actually looked at it that way until you've just literally said it there right now.
There's still things to be learned, though, because if you're getting beat 7-2, 7-4, blah, 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 you're still learning for the way the other guy's beating you.
Yeah, of course.
The way he's going about his pattern work, how he's making it easy for himself, whatever it may be. As we talk about that, Clint's making this look very easy as well. Oh, there we go. Clint's actually come in and looked at where he wants to leave the fight once. There we go. So a very rare pre-shot routine.
He's took these out absolutely perfectly.
And that's why, because he actually needed to stop the ball to be perfect here. Again, he's not coming in to look at where he wants to follow through for the black. He's just getting in it. Oh, he's actually stunned back. There we go. So he's got a good rhythm, Clint. He's the sort of a guy, if he kept finishing, he'd get to you.
Yep, of course.
Because he's relentless when he gets going. He doesn't mess about.
I just like the way he plays the game, I must admit. He makes it look very, very simple. I suppose most of the top guys, no matter what their rhythm or their routine is, do make it look simple, but when he's in full flow, he's great to watch. And it is now 3-2. See some of the other scores for you guys. 3-2 Ross Fernie against Chris Totten. John McAllister's 2-0 up on Jack Whalen. And Billy Neal and Andrew McPhee is still 0-0.
And 3 of the 4 matches all on stream, but if you want to listen to Stevie Walker and myself for a little bit, you've got to be watching the Wade Morley Clinty Anson game. But the other 2 matches are great matches as well. John McAllister doing a job at the moment on Jack Whelan. And Ross Fernie, who was buzzing. Chris is sticking in. Chris is another guy that's for the world of snooker who realises this game's needs respected as well now. And
you know, Chris was playing in the pool hall in Motherwell, and Chick McCaig, a lot of guys watching will know Chick, and Chick was saying to me, Stevie, he just keeps dishing. He just keeps dishing. And I remember even back then thinking, yeah, but what happens when he can't dish? And it was a good while ago, and obviously he was like, if he sticks in at this, he'll win everything. It's not as simple as that, and Chris has realised that himself. He obviously took to the game quite well. He could play the game to an extent, but play the game right was obviously the hard point. But he's putting the hard yards in now as well, eh?
He's also playing a lot of snooker. I was talking to him yesterday, and he said he'd been overseeing Graham, who was at Graham Dot, who does quite a bit of snooker coaching now. And Chris is a student of the games.
Yep.
He just wants to get as good as he can get, and he's, as I say, I think he's back playing on the tour or what have you at the snooker. But he's mixing the snooker in this pretty well because he's improving all the time. He's in the last 8 today. He's just went 3 against Fernie, who's obviously one of the best players in the country. So it's good to see all these guys improving.
Well, he had it was a King of the Hill event in the Coatbridge area, and young Sean McGiff, some of you might have seen his name on the scoreboards today. Sean beat Chris in the semi-final. I think it was 15-11 or something. And for anybody that doesn't know Sean, he would have had to play really well to beat Chris. Greenland commentators are Stevie Walker the Talker, whatever you want to call me, and the main man himself, Alan Reynolds Sr. We are both on commentary action right now.
Wade Morley's impressing me the way he's just obviously he's a pro, so he's going to be decent standards. He's not in awe of his opponent at all. He's just getting on with it. Just as I say that, he's not played that shot particularly well, but he should still get the 8 ball.
I think he would have been better just pushing through slightly there.
Yeah.
He's obviously, I mean, maybe when he's down on it, the angles look better than he's thought, and he's decided to just kind of stun up. But
stunning and screwing are much more difficult than playing the natural line and just following through. So I knew he was going to get the 8 ball, but it could have been so much easier. Still, 4-2, my predictions not looking good at the moment, but still a lot of play left in this match.
I played Wade in the last event in the Players' Lounge, and he was 4-1 up on me, and I ended up winning the match 7-5. Played some really, really good stuff, which Wade was the first to say as soon as the game was done. We had a wee chat, and he's a cracking guy into the bargain and a really, really good player. You don't become an IPA pro if you can't play the game, eh?
No, if you're turning pro, you've got to know what you're doing. And plus, I think you need to earn it, don't you? You need to.
That's it. You need to finish at a certain point in the amateur rankings to get an invite to become pro. So, but he's been there for a few years and he's kept himself in there. He's mixed it in there. So, he's definitely one of the good guys.
So, quarter-finals scores. Ross Verney 3, Chris Totten 3 in the all-tartan battle. Wade Morley 4, Clinton Leanson 2, the match we're watching. Jack Whelan's 2 down to John McAllister, but he's on a finish at the moment. And Billy Neal, Andrew McPhee's just started on table 1.
I'm looking through a gap in the commentary box, and Billy's played a great shot. Guys, I know you can't see it. He's went up and down the table, kicked a yellow away from a ball that was dead in the middle of the table. And he's just about stroked him in to go 1-0 up. But I tell you, that'll be some 3-ball finish, 4-ball finish he's taken. And he has taken it.
Yep. So they're scoring in all the quarterfinals. 4-3 Fernie.
Jack Whelan is 3-0 up. Things were quite awkward for Wade a minute ago. He's actually played a couple of good shots to get himself a chance here.
He's got a great chance, Stevie. If he can roll the fight through between the red and the yellow that's on the cushion to find the gap, he's plumb.
Yep.
That's what he's round looking at. There you go. So that's what I call feeling for the next shot.
Yep.
And if he gets that where he put his screw down, he'll be looking good to go fight. He's perfect. Again, just feeling for the cue ball for the next shot, and this is a great situation, because even if you come straight on it, so it's probably the worst you can be straight, you can still pot it and pull back, and you've got a relatively easy last yellow into the right centre. Let's give yourself an angle.
It just shows. I mean, even if he landed on the cushion there, he could have just pulled the white back, drop it in the middle. He's given himself a lot of options, but seeing the difference in the way both of them go around it, as you said there, Wade's having a feel for his next shot.
Now then.
Clint smash a double straight away. Does he go up the table and play a snooker? And does he just be super aggressive?
Oh, it's tough to be super aggressive with A2 reds over there. That's for sure. It would be great if you could play some sort of a skill shot to get rid of the yellow. Then it's easier no matter what he plays. Yep. He's I think he's playing the pot in the middle, and he's going up and going to try and get a part of the fight somewhere from the next shot. Where does it go? That's actually a good shot.
I've just noticed that Andrew McPhee must have forgot to put his first frame on the board, because it's 1 each in that match. Billy went 1-0 up. It was actually 1 each.
Even better finish with Billy then under pressure, being 1-0 down. See, it's a fantastic chance for these two lads. I think this is the first event Andrew's entered. I don't know whose place he got, but he'll be delighted with himself. So he'll be on a certain amount of money just now, and not it's all about money for these guys, but
it's definitely a a blow softener when you walk up the road after any event with something in your pocket. So,
and one of these guys is going to have a free shot at John McAllister or Jack Gillen. So that's what it's all about, isn't it? But I'd rather do that in the semi-finals when you've got a couple of shekels rather than the first round, you know. Draw Jack, get beat, and then you've got John McAllister on the loser's side or something like that. Look at this with Clint. Clint's got massive aggressive. Oh no, so he's played pot, and now a snooker. Okay. So you can never predict what's going to happen next, because Wade could hit one of the yellows here, and then Clint may have to. It depends what the white lads.
This is one of them. As long as he doesn't kill the yellow, but even if he does, a hit's good.
Oh, aye. Even if he kills it, he's not. The worst thing that could happen here is he hits the yellow, puts it on the cushion, and leaves Clint the pot into the bottom left to kick the badgings into play. Oh, he's going. Listen, he's going 2 cushions to try and pot this in the middle. That was aggressive.
Quite surprising, right enough, when he's got just a straight. If he goes 1 cushion, and even if he comes past it and clips the knuckle and comes back, he's 2 chances to hit the yellow in the middle of the table.
Aye, he also played that kind of a quick Stevie for my liking. I think that was a big shot in the match. It's 4-2. If he wins the frame, which he's sitting favourite, and even though he's snookered, he goes 5-2, and then it's hard for Clint to get back. Obviously, these 2 reds are near plant onto that yellow. No, maybe not. Maybe Clint's just taking his time here and looking at it. Aye.
He's going to make it.
If he gets this, he's out. If not, he just pots the yellow and sticks them back in. That is fine. Okay, it's not went great, but at least he's got...
I find it mad that he's placed the white in such a place where he was bridging over the red to play that shot.
Yeah. I mean, they think he'll get the snooker, but the fact that he's letting Wade back to the table, he doesn't like it.
No.
He doesn't like it because he knows he's got a chance of going across the table and potting the yellow.
He's giving Wade a shot here, but is he in off if he tries to pawn it in the top left-hand corner? Has he got any other shot?
I mean, it looks in and off. How many times do you convince yourself you're going to cut that and hit the knuckle and land perfect? For you only then to pot the yellow and the white goes straight in off.
It's crazy how often you convince yourself. You say, do you know what? I think I might just be all right here.
I'll put a bit left-hand side and straight in off.
And it's usually followed by, I knew that was going to happen. Let's see what he's doing. Oh, he's tried to hang that. I don't think he could pot it.
Okay, so it should be 4-3 now.
Didn't waste no time going down.
Jack Whelan, I think he was 3-0 down, so he's making a mini comeback against Big John McAllister. It's 3-2 there now. We have got a 4-4 going on with Chris Totten and Ross Fernie. They're away for a comfort break. And it's a 2-1 Billy Neal now against Andrew McPhee, Stevie.
And as Clint does, strokes every one of them home. And back to 4-3 to Wade Morley. It's a great shot. So John McAllister's on a finish. He'll have a double on the black to go 4-2 in front.
Yeah. Don't think I've ever seen John miss a double. He's another guy that's come through the youth setup. I can remember seeing him playing Liam in a couple of finals when they were like under 18s or under 23s and things like that. And you just knew he was going to be top class. Wow, look at that break.
And it's dry.
It's a dry break, that is. I think I'd at least pot 6 of these yellows anyway, Stevie. I mean, I don't think I'd finish it, but these are pretty. That's what they call the Yanks call a road map. These are pretty simple. Still pretty simple. Right, mon Stevie, talk me through the finish.
I was actually going to say that. Is he going to play the yellow in the middle off the other one? Because it looks tight to the cushion.
Tight, right, okay. Oh, yep. He has done, right, okay. So I thought it was easy. It wasn't easy. I thought it flew in. He's done well. He should actually still get them. That's come out lovely. You always, when you're playing one and often you don't know the destiny of the ball, it's always like a wee risk, but that's come out lovely.
Well, I was actually going to ask, if he was going to play that shot, how would you play it? Would you play it with pace like he just did? Or would you just flick it in off it? Where I'm thinking to myself, if he does that, it could end up on the red and have no shot. So he's played it in it could have went across the other side, but he would have had a double. But I was actually going to ask that question just before he slammed it in.
The danger ball's the one on the left, the closest to the left bottom pocket, because it's getting out from it. So he needs to work his finish around. He still needs to have a yellow for after he's playing it clever. I think he's going to be playing for that ball now. Yep.
So play the one in the middle first, and then just make sure he comes out for the one.
He needs to get really good on it then. The art here's not to try and get too close to the last yellow. Put this in the middle, then just come
towards the black spot should be perfect.
Aye. Very screwball is just now is where he wants to be on the last yellow. That's up beside the black.
He's came back to be there.
That's fine.
He's okay.
He can maybe even go 2 cushions to get to where the white is just now.
Yep.
But the 2 reds he's queuing closest to, they're the danger here.
I think he's definitely going 2 cushions.
1, 2 and across. Perfect. Played it well. He's actually playing really
he's
well.
He's deliberately left it thin there so that he's avoiding the reds no matter what. It has to be said, Wade is playing very, very well.
That's commentators because that was just everybody that's ever played Cuesports has did what we did there. It's called a twitch, and that's all he did. He was down on it very quick. Didn't he make his mind up whether he was this is what it looked like to me. You can't be inside somebody's head, but it just looked as if he hadn't made his mind up whether he was going 1, 2 cushions across for the black into the left corner where he was putting the yellow into, or whether he was like playing 1 cushion and the black into the right corner. It might just cost him a match, Stevie.
I think I think he should just be dropping it in. Drop it in and play the black in the opposite right-hand corner, but
he was indecisive. That's the first time I've seen him indecisive there. How many times have you did that? You're down and you're on the shot and you know you should get up off the shot, and you say, no, it's that easy, I don't want to get up off it, and you don't know whether you're playing to put it in one bag or the other, and that's exactly what happens in that situation. Clint's loving it now. He's just going to torture him a bit.
Has he left him a shot? Just nicking past the black and maybe potting it? No, he's going 2 cushions. Playing it pacey. That's away.
That's in.
That's up. Oh.
Not the greatest layout for Clint. I mean, there's a couple of easy snookers. He can probably play the red he's closest to, pull the white back behind the black, or pull it over. Where he's looking just now, to be honest. Yep. Might even be able to develop some stuff on the right cushion here with us. No, he's quite happy just to play over there. This is where you don't want to keep playing snooker after snooker, because you feel as if the guy's going to...
Yep. He's got...
Oh, he was close. This is one of these situations as well, as it's still not easy. So you might see another snooker again here. So he's put the yellow up safe. I think he goes for it now, because you can't get the yellow any safer than you've already got it. So why would you play another snooker for him to knock it away for the safety area?
That makes sense. Because he's got opportunities here to play another snooker, and the only reason he would be playing the snooker would be to get the balls in a slightly better position. But as you say, the yellow is...
He's going to play it in. Okay, so yeah, they're all available for the next time, I suppose. But if he hits it, he's going to make the yellow better than it is just now. I'm slightly surprised at that, but it's still a good percentage shot, and that's where all players are different. I know some of the guys, but they definitely went there.
Yep.
And then other guys that will just play percentages all the time. Okay, so now Clints are all there to be finished, but the yellow's not safe the way it was the last time, so that puts a wee bit of pressure onto you when you're taking the finish away.
I mean, that wasn't a million miles away.
No, I know it wasn't.
And Clint would have been kicking himself if that ends up flying in that pocket. And as you say, he could have played the shot before. Oh, Chris Totten's just gone in off. Chance to go 5-4 up there on Ross Fernie, and he's went round the angles and kicked in off. Up back to this one. I don't fancy Clint to miss any of these.
Yeah, he's perfect. He's actually perfect on this ball, so that it's good on the one on the cushion. Or slightly off the cushion. It's not that's good cue ball control with Clint. He's happy just to draw it back an inch or two. And then he just cuts the red round, and the ball goes into the left corner up the top, I think. It's just natural to come round. Just to slow down. It's okay.
Played that really well. That looked quick. He judged it perfectly. Clint is back on level terms, and Wade will be kicking himself.
That's back-to-back frames that Wade's had great chances in, so there'll be a lot to be said about his mentality over the next 3, 6, 7 frames.
Billy Neal is 3-1 up now on Andrew McPhee. Having a phenomenal weekend, both of them. Billy is the one on top in that match right now. All the other matches are very, very close.
Yeah, there's some great pool getting served up at the moment. Even anybody that's not watching this match, if they're watching the outer matches, they're watching two of England's best, two of the world's best, John McAllister and Jack Whelan.
The balls aren't set up properly.
Oh, Wade's got previous for doing that. I had to pull him yesterday. Oh,
And
he
he's
sees it
noticed
now.
it.
Aye. Oh, big miss with John McAllister as he was sweeping up to go 5-3 in front of Jack. That's a turning point as well. So 2 turning points on it. Actually 3 turning points.
Yep.
Chris Totten going off to when he was going on at the black. Big John missing his second last red, and then obviously Wade back-to-back misses on finishes.
So red balls for Clint. Is he going to play the plant down the bottom, do you think?
Yeah. Yeah, most definitely.
Seen a comment there from Jay Smith. I'm assuming that there's some issues with the internet in the building. I'm sure if that's the case, Craig will try and sort it the best he can, but obviously that might boil down to the provider, which is normally pretty good, so hopefully it will be sorted in the very near future.
But is it disrupting the actual match play then?
I think that's what Jay is alluding to. I think he's saying it must be quite sporadic what they're watching, so if that's the case, apologies from us here.
The Clint's dilemma here is whether to play the plant and come through and just nudge the red slightly, or whether to play the plant and come back for the red into the bottom right. So that's why he's taking his time a wee bit, make his mind up. Oh, he's played that brilliant. That was a lot more difficult than it looked. Was he playing in? He's played that great. Played that with check side. That's a good shot. Clint's got a bit between his teeth here, and Bade will be kicking himself sat there in his chair.
It just shows you how quickly it can.
Yeah, massive.
It's 4-1 to Billy Neal. He is on fire this weekend.
So the good thing about these tournaments as well is like going forward to like next season for your Scotland teams and all that sort of a thing. These guys have got to be high on the priority list for. If you're coming to these, you're competing against the best, you're gaining all that experience.
Totally agree. If you're not looking to an event as that certain people are now considering as a major, and the guys that are competing, different if people are coming and getting absolutely destroyed every single game and they're just doing it because, well, they want to, that's fair enough. But as you say, guys that are coming and competing against the very best in the game, you've got to be having a look at them. Had a wee peek through there to the Billy and Andrew McPhee game. Andrew going for a finish that I didn't think was there. There was a couple of balls dead. He was just potting. And he's given Billy a great chance to go 5-1 up.
What age is Billy, Stevie?
Billy is, I think Billy's similar ages to me, mate. I think he's in his 40s.
50 odd.
Yeah, I think he's old. 50 odds. 50 odds, you. No, but I think I didn't actually think Billy was that old, but just because I didn't really know him that well. But he was actually telling me about guys that he played with that used to play like with McGoldrick way back in the day, and they like took him to the clubs, and I thought, well,
right, okay. Who were these guys? Any idea? The Dick Nimmos of this world.
One of them was actually a cup. Is it Ross Fulton?
Oh, I know Ross Fulton. I did know Ross Fulton pretty well. Yep.
And he says to me, he messaged me and said, Stevie, see Ross Fulton, is that the Ross that used to play with me? And I went, I don't know, mate. I only know that he's the name on the cup.
And
he went, well,
right,
Ross used to take me around the snooker clubs and around the pool clubs and stuff like that when I was younger. And I said, well, it must be.
That's the guy. I think Ross was from the Larkhall area, and I think Billy's for the Motherwell Larkhall. That right. Sort of area. Ross helped Mick with the league back in the day, a long time ago. I think he's a long time gone now, Big Ross, because if you remember, obviously there's a cup named after Ross in the Glasgow League.
That's exactly it. That's when we were playing that day and the cup names went up, and Billy messaged me straight away to say, Stevie, is that? And I didn't actually have an answer for him. I was like, I think it must be, but I'm not 100%. And it turned out that it was.
He was a lovely guy, and he helped Mick greatly with the league. So, and Mick was a kind of one-man show once Ross had passed away. And obviously he's always going to be remembered in the Glasgow. Well, there you go. And Billy does look younger than he's if he's been about for that long.
That's what I mean. I just didn't. I didn't think he was from that kind of era because he does look a bit younger than.
Yeah. Why I'm asking because I mean that makes him even more available for like
he is
B team, seniors team,
yep.
the full works. You know, it's so we've got a wee bag of riches. Jack's left his still a difficult ball on the outer table.
The stream keeps freezing. I'm sure Craig will be doing his best, guys, to keep that keep it sorted. I don't know what the fix is for it. I know that there's been some problems with the provider. As I said earlier, the stream did cut off and then it was reconnected again, but I'm sure he'll keep on top of it, guys, and try and make sure it's better as this event continues.
This squeeze by the red off the right knuckle, Stevie?
I have to assume that it does,
because it's a tough combo if he's left his still a combo.
Yep.
That's not easy. The problem with these shots is actually when you've got to play position from them. Fairney's just about to go on the hill against Chris Totten, so he's going to be ruining that chance to go 5-all. Very clever way, Clint. So he's took one into the middle first. There's not a lot of people that that's the difference as well. A lot of people would have played that shot and then tried to play position for the yellow and snookered themselves, whereas he's putting all the eggs in the one basket. There we go, and he's perfectly on. That's a good finish with Clint. And it just shows you what a couple of misses do. It's just totally changed the landscape of this match.
Yep, you just can't make these mistakes against these guys at that level, and obviously Wade knows that. He's playing them every single event in the IPA. He's in there with the pros constantly. It's what he is. But it just shows you any kind of mistake at any point, all of a sudden, a few frames later, it's came back to bite you.
Yep, well that's happened in both these matches.
Yep.
Chris did it. Ross Fairney's just jumped on it. And Clint's did the exact same. And Jack, to a certain extent, on the other table.
Yep.
And Billy Neal's flying.
Absolutely flying.
Billy Neal.
I seen a wee bit of the last frame there, and Andrew looks as if, I don't know if he's resigned himself, but he was going for a finish that really wasn't there. He could have taken the top bag and it would have killed the black and then given himself a chance to get some balls out, and he kept potting and made it easy for Billy, but he'll still be happy with the weekend he's had so far.
Yep. And as we say that, back to the live match, and Clint is probably one shot away and he's perfect on it just now from clinching this. Yep, that's it. That's plumb. Now it's just a case of joining the dots.
Yep. Now it boils down to the basic pattern play.
Yeah, Clint's got this already.
Yep.
He knows exactly. It's cleared the two down the bottom, right middle, left top, black in the bottom left. Good night. See you in the semi-final. And he's been here many times to clinch matches, so he's just going and having a wee extra scan. And
yep, Wade will look back on the couple of errors that have led this match. I know we're watching Clint take this out, has made a massive error. And Ross Fairney is massive favourite there now, as Clint is about to take these out. It was some break, to be fair.
He's jumped all over him. He made the mistakes and Clint's jumped all over him. Deserving winner in the end. Well played, Clint.
Fantastic. Clint Ianson, the first of our semi-finalists in the Belhaven Scottish Series Event 4 of the Saltire Tour.
So Chris is, after making the wee mistake there when he played the plant, he's not slowing down, Steve. He seems to be going. And I think he side so that he could knock the red away and be on the yellow. That might be more difficult now. So what's he seen? I think he's seen what I've seen, but he's going to be a bit further away.
I think he's going to pot this and play the double plant.
Oh, okay.
Kind of 3-ball.
Intimated that he's coming round to look at the double plant again. Stevie's playing at the top of the tee just now. I'm in happy retirement, and that's the difference. There we go. Renzi's always straight. There we go. I'm getting back. I'm getting the cue back out. I can still see it. That was a great shot, actually.
That was absolutely phenomenal.
Fantastic.
What a shot. The match was basically over if he does not play an absolute highlight reel shot. Well done, Chris Taunton.
That's it. That's a good shot, because that's one of those shots that if you get the pot, you're on. You know you're kicking into it. If you hang the pot, you're on. You know you're kicking into it and you're on that. Or even better, you pot both of them and land them absolutely plumb straight in the black to the middle. So it's you can't really lose.
And the thing is, that's when it's a strong suit in a way. Chris made a big mistake when he played the plant. He's got it in his locker to remedy it, but if you give him that problem again 5 or 6 times over, you just wonder how many times it comes out like that.
Yeah, but that's the improvement, Chris, as well.
Yep, exactly.
It's having the determination to find a way no matter what. And the fact that he's still seen the finish.
Yep.
You know, a lot of people might have slowed down there and says, right, okay, I'm going to just...
Needs a ball, he's got one. Where's the white going? Look at the reds. Is this going to be 6 each?
It certainly looks like it. It's just about, as I say, mapping out the finish, pattern play.
Billy Neal 6-1 up and 2 shots. And the reds are all there. So I'm going to go out on a limb, guys, and say in the next few minutes Billy Neal will be in the semi-finals.
Unless it gets tight, Stevie. But none of the viewers can see that at the moment. The good thing is he's going to have chances, that's for sure. Even if he doesn't get it here, he's going to have chances. And his opponent will be feeling it. His opponent will be just feeling just how I will have had a great weekend anyway.
Yep, exactly.
Maybe resigned himself to the drive back up the road. Good shot, Chris.
Do you take the black down right now?
Probably not, to be honest with you. No, he can. In fact, do you know what, Stevie? Yeah, because he's guaranteed to be on the ball to the middle after it. But these guys are that good potters, they don't even...
It's very rare you see them moving the ball on the cushion.
But if you are going to move it, now's the time to move it.
Chris might be thinking of leaving the ball to that left middle to last.
I think what concerns him is the 2 on the right. And he's actually probably on the one closest to the bottom cushion just now. I'm surprised at this because I know that also goes to the left centre. Okay. Right, now what? That's the thing. Now what? I think he was overly concerned with that ball when it went to the left centre.
Yeah, the thing is, you think of that one, the top right. Those 3 could have been his last 3 balls. Top right, left middle, black down the cushion.
Yeah, now he's either got to lose the cue ball if he takes the one in the middle, which he's not, or his cueing's awkward here. Could it great. Now he's perfect again. Well, maybe not. Now do you take the black down? Screw the black down so that it's a gimme. It can then go red to the middle, red to the bottom, red up top.
Yep.
And then, but the big risk is not getting the black down far enough and then having to play a positional shot from the one that's up the top. Seems to be zoned in though. Right, see, so there's the problem. Right? Almost, sometimes you can just see the problems.
Yep.
Right, and that was the problem. The problem was not playing that shot hard enough. Now what he has to do is he has to play red to the middle, probably red to the bottom right corner, and then take the red up long last, and he can't get close to the black or risk missing the pot. He needs a good angle on it to get close to it.
And that's the thing, when he had the chance to play it earlier, he could have been full-blooded, played it a lot harder, known that he's got those extra balls on the table to fall back on, even if he does land slightly awkward.
I mean, that's
very surprised.
That's
at
even
this.
more complicated because now he actually needs to play
the top ball had to be last for me.
A pretty good execution shot. I'd say that he's he's a top snooker player. So the shot after this is a pretty basic black off the spot.
Yep.
Oh, don't come straight. Yep, he's good, I think. So this is basically a black off the spot, stun across, and then I fancy him to get this. He's actually played it a lot better but he's made it more complicated than it should have been. Is that Billy through? I see him on the phone.
Yeah, he's on the phone telling his family and friends to get over here or get on to Scottish Cuesports live streaming. He's going to be on telly, Mum.
Yeah.
Good on you, Billy.
Oh, great shot. So that's where your snooker action really helps.
Yep.
He's just played a lovely power stun across for the 8-ball, and that's gone 6-all as well.
Another decider, guys. Another decider.
Well, I have to say, Chris Tottenfield held together brilliant in this match because Fernie was buzzing the early part of the match. He's taking his time over this setup. He knows how important this break is.
Well, the thing is as well, obviously, Chris had a chance to go in front. He's ended up getting kicked in off and then finds himself 6-4 behind. Didn't let it get to him. A lot of people, and me personally at times, I've sat there feeling sorry for myself, thinking, what if, and I should have did this, and I should have did that, and he's just came back to the table and just kept playing, and that is very, very admirable, and that's obviously one of the great traits that will get people to the top of the game.
Yeah, great temperament, mate. So here we go. Fernie's break's usually good, this side break. It's his go-to break. There we go, look at that. How'd you like the apples?
That was like my break yesterday against Preston, although I got 4 yellows, and 3 reds. It's the best break I've ever did in my life. And guess what? I wasn't on a ball.
Oh.
But I managed to get them. I was all over the place. Just balls were flying in everywhere. I couldn't believe it. Sometimes I suppose you just hit them sweet, but what a break that is.
0-0 Fernie gets these all day long. 6-6. He gets them all day long. Yeah, it's pretty much, yeah. No, in all seriousness, it's a wee bit more pressure.
Might be a lot of people that don't play at the top of the game here, Renzi, really swithering what to take with a yellow hanging over the bottom cushion, over the bottom bag, but the one in the left middle being red and the red up the top. There's a lot of players that maybe learning the game think, well, there's 2 hanging reds, so they're easier.
That's why he's taking his time. The problem, Red's the red that's down close to the bottom corner pocket beside the left yellow. That's what would make you take yellows probably here. The problem is how you get upstairs for the yellow up to and there you go. As all good players do, as all players should do, they're trying to solve the problems right away.
Early.
And he has taken maybe a more difficult pot with the right angle so that he can pot it in at the top left and run through for the ball into the same bag. And if he solves that problem, he's out. So I think he's just composing himself, Stevie, pretty much.
I wasn't sure at first when he broke if that went anywhere but the two middles, but obviously it does. He's going to have to get his weight over to the right-hand side.
That was what he was feeling for there. I think he was feeling like, can I get better on that? Do I risk not trying to connect this just now for the sake of a few inches? And I think he's just going to power stun it in and take a more difficult cut. Yeah. So I think the way he sees it, if he makes this yellow, he's out of there because he's got the great thing of the ball over the bottom. Like, it's always good to have a ball over the bag when you're going for a finish. We discussed that yesterday a wee bit. The luxury of it, because you know you don't have to be as precise because you've got that ball. You can be on. The only place he doesn't want to be here is down the bottom right.
It looks like Jack Whelan is about to be our next semi-finalist.
Well, that's a fantastic comeback for Jack as well. So he's going to have to wait a wee bit longer before he starts getting ready for Vietnam.
And he is. And Jack will play Billy Neal.
Oh, Fairness played that absolutely brilliantly. And if Fairney is on the ball to the bottom left, he'll just pot the ball into the right corner, the right middle probably, and then just give himself any shot in the 8-ball. He'll just back himself for the 8-ball. The toughest shot to play here is actually to pour it into the left corner. Oh, he's playing the plan?
Oh, I'm very surprised at this. I was literally about to say a lot of players, maybe not as good as the top guys, would be playing a plant here. Old Mick McGoldrick used to say never leave a plant to last, and he used to go crazy if you did it.
And I do the same. I say the same to people. Not trying to, never do that. That's one of the things that Mick rubbed on. He's quite right, because they can go wrong.
I mean, this isn't easy now. I still fancy him to get them, but it's became a little bit more awkward than if he just screwed back a bit and took the ball in the middle.
Yeah, sure. Be interested to see the way he plays it. I think he needs to drag it in the right hand side.
Up towards the red on the left.
Oh no, what's he doing now? Stunning this in. Oh, what a window that is he's found. What a great shot.
Superb. And I seen him looking at that angle, but I thought he was looking at maybe the black through the gap with the reds, but he was actually looking at the white.
It's just such a small window, because if you come back and hit the red that you're closest to, and then you've got to go through between the other red that's closest to the blue spot and the black. So, you know what? He's an absolute class act, Fairney. And he was on the end of Chris Scott. That's a brilliant finish. Well played, Ross Fairney. What a fantastic match.
Absolutely fantastic. And our semi-final lineup is complete. Ross Fairney will play Clint Jansen. Jack Whelan will have the luxury of playing our man on fire, Billy Neal.
And it's great matches for the public to watch.
Scotland versus England, England versus Scotland.
Oof. But the big choice for me now is what to get for this wonderful menu in here.
That is it.
It's because I'm going to be refereeing the final. We're just getting into the semi-finals, so by the time I order in, I think it's goodbye from me for today. Stevie, thanks for having me in. I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
An absolute pleasure.
And the steak pie's screaming for me now, so over and out for me.
Thank you, Renzi. So, guys, everybody that's tuning in, the semi-final lineup is, as we just mentioned, Ross Fairney, Clint Jansen, Jack Whelan and Billy Neal. And as far as I'm aware, the guys might have a few minutes before they get ready to start, but there's a few guys got a bit of travelling to do, so I know for a fact that we won't be waiting too long to get these matches on. Anybody that has had issues with the streaming, it should be resolved because we have the internet signal in front of us, and it is showing that it's very, very strong, so it should be good at your end as well, guys. If not, maybe have a wee look at your own internet routers just for a double check, but I do know that it did disconnect a bit earlier and there has been some issues, so I hope that it is resolved for all you guys watching. And hard lines there, Chris Totten. One kind of minor error when you're trying to force the ball in round the angles and being kicked in off. A bit of bad luck in the same issue, but it's one of those things. His temperament was phenomenal to dig in and come back to 6-all, but Ross Fernie's break was unbelievable, and off he went into the semi-final. So I'm Walker the Talker. Stevie Walker here live. Scottish Cuesports live streaming, brought to you in McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar, and the Players Sports Bar is the other venue for the Belhaven Brewery Scottish Series. It is the Saltire Tour, and anyone that doesn't know much about it, go on to Facebook. You will find the Saltire Tour Facebook page, and you'll get loads of information for any future events. They are phenomenal. They are littered with top players, and anyone interested, go and have a look there. And it's brought to you by Onboard Sportswear, RJM Sports. Onboard, one of the biggest names in the sportswear game these days. Lots of guys, lots of clubs, lots of teams sporting the t-shirts, and RJM do lots of stuff as well. Everything from same idea and loads and loads of items for like football and numerous other items that they produce. So anybody interested, have a look on there. One of the other major sponsors is Coors. And as I say, guys, we are in McGoldrick's. It is a phenomenal place to play pool, snooker and American pool. And the food is not half bad as well. Live in Scottish Cuesports streaming. And I am Stevie Walker. So hopefully, guys, this match will be on the way in the next few minutes. I'm just going to go and get myself a little drink, and then I'll be back for Jack Whelan versus Billy Neal. Billy, good luck, Jack. You're in for a test here. Billy has been on fire. Jack will obviously be the favourite. But as Renzi said, Billy has a free hit here. He's made it all the way to the semi-finals. So I'm looking forward to this one. Okay, guys, that's me back. Sorry about that kind of 5-minute break there. The guys have got started quick. Jack is off to Vietnam, as far as I'm aware, is what Renzi was saying, to play a major event over there. I don't know if it's Chinese 8-ball or 9-ball or whatever it is, but I know he's playing a lot of the disciplines. So this game is underway quick, and we're waiting on Ross Fernie coming back for the other semi-final. Clint is in the venue, just sitting at the bar area waiting, having a chat with Wade. Seb asking there, Clint was really good against Wade. Wade had a couple of chances to really kick on in the match. Bit unfortunate with the odd shot, but one in particular that he won't want to remember is he's taken a great finish and left himself a just off straight yellow into the top left-hand corner with the black available in the top-hand right corner. And he decided to try and force it off the left-hand cushion and come across for both of them in the same bag. Probably wasn't the shot, and it's came back to catch him out. He's missed the pot, and from there on in, Clint was absolutely ruthless. So he was a worthy winner in the end. A good shot there from Billy Neal. Billy is the unknown quantity, guys. A lot of you will be wondering who Billy is and where he's came from. He's been involved in the game of pool up here in Scotland for quite a while. He's well versed in the game. Over the last couple of years, he's got a table at home. He got involved in the lockdown breaking dish challenge stuff, so some of you might know him, and I didn't know that stuff was still going, but Billy is still involved in some of the breaking dish challenges. And he's a decent player. He plays in my local pool team. I see a lot of Billy. He can be absolutely flawless at times. And it's no surprise to me at all that he's had this run to the semi-final of this event. Little things like this, he doesn't get flustered. He's 2-0 down to Jack quite quickly. There's times Billy will take on a finish, it'll look quite awkward. You think you're getting back to the table, and he somehow manages to take them out. So I wouldn't be surprised here if he pulls something out here. But he is under a little bit of pressure now from where he's landed. Oh. Funnily enough, he was just talking there about the breaking dish challenge, things that he's doing. Like, he has to play a lot of doubles because of obviously trying to take out the finish, even if the balls are on the cushions and stuff like that. I actually fancied him to take that. But this should be 3-0 Jack Whalen. The two reds down the bottom aren't easy. However, he will just stun across and play the plant. And he's as good as he's going to be on it. He's got a nice angle just to bring the white back out. He's played it perfect. Cracking shot. He doesn't mind a plant, Jack. I know he does a lot of them on his videos. I think Seb that's watching here will probably be doing a lot of stuff like that as well. Anybody that doesn't follow these guys on social media, give them a look. They do some fantastic stuff, quite entertaining. Well, we're here live in Scottish Cuesports streaming in the Saltire Tour Belhaven Scottish Series Event 4. And in this semi-final, Jack Whalen has gone 3-0 in front of Billy Neal. And I am Stevie Walker, live in the commentary box. Onboard Sportswear, Coors, RJM Sports, and we're in McGoldrick's Pub and Sports Bar. The other events, these events are shared between McGoldrick's and the Players Lounge in Falkirk, guys. Two phenomenal clubs in the central belt of Scotland. We're quite lucky to have, and a lot of work that goes into those clubs as well as these events by both owners really does stand out in the pool game in Scotland. There is no doubt that these guys go above and beyond, and it really does make a difference. Not the worst break in the world from Billy, just a little bit awkward. The red-yellow combination in the middle of the table doesn't look like it's a plant to get himself on the reds, so I think he's going to have to definitely take yellows here. Some of you guys at home might be seeing something a little bit different, but it looks to me like it's yellows all day long. Looks like he's played that pretty well. He's on the one on the inside of the two, just below the middle. He's got a chance here, Billy. These aren't easy, but these are the chances that you have to take. Come on, Billy, settle down. Settle down, son. It's just a game of pool on your own table. Just take your time. Concentrate. Jack's going to be super aggressive here from the off. He's 3-0 up. He can afford to be. Right, Billy, you need to take these now. Let's get these done. Let's get yourself on the board. He's kind of stabbed that in a bit of an awkward way. I think I might have left that. No, he's played that well. I wasn't too sure of the angle there, but he's played that okay. Surprised he didn't just screw off the reds there. Right, he can drop this in and play the yellow hanging in the bottom. And then drop the one in the right middle for the black into the left middle and get himself on the board just to settle himself down. He's in the semi-final of a very, very big tournament. There's bound to be nerves. Played that well. It's a good shot, Billy. Let's roll these in. And it is 3 frames to 1. Well, Jack was very aggressive. Like I said, it could be being 3-0 up. However, it has come back to haunt him. And it gets Billy Neal a frame on the board. And this semi-final match is now 3 frames to 1. Still awaiting Ross Fernie for the other semi-final. Don't know what is going on in that aspect. Hopefully Ross will speed up the procedure because we do have an issue with the commentator having to leave at some point, so I hope he hurries up because I would like to commentate on the final. So Mr. Fernie, if you're listening, or if someone's listening with his phone number, please get that man in the building. Yep, Billy Neal will be an unknown quantity to a lot of people, especially people down south. Maybe even a lot of people in the Scottish pool scene, because he's not a big flash Harry, Billy. He plays the game. A lot of people that play the game know him very well. But he just goes about his business, and it can be a very, very tough game for anyone on his day. And this weekend, he's been absolutely fantastic. He's won some big games against some big players, and he's found himself in the semi-final of this event. Bit of information there from Craig Martin. Billy actually won one of the breaking disc challenges. Got himself a nice wee pocket of change. So well done, Billy. But Jack's in with a big chance here of going 4 frames to 1 in front. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't take these out. Frame number 6. And Jack Whalen has a comfortable lead right now. But all Billy needs is a good break and maybe a half a chance to get himself back in this match. He's got a ball, that's all you can ask. And that's it. His last break was very similar, where he had the red and yellow close to the middle pocket, stuck together, and he's got the ones up the top. But I tell you what, he's got a chance. He's at the table, and it's all you can ask. Sometimes all you can ask is a visit to the table, and Billy's got that. He's got a ball down, and it's his frame to get control of. He's landed awkward here. He's, I think he was playing just to come across and try and find the gap for the one in the left middle. And he was always going to have the worst case scenario of the ball up the top. The issue he has now, queuing off the cushion, is keeping control of the white ball. She sheds. No, that's a great point. The man caves and the she sheds. if you've managed to get yourself a pool table at home throughout maybe the lockdowns and whatever else, get in from work, dinner's in the oven, getting that wee half an hour, maybe get in and spending an hour or even an hour and a half before you get your shower and your dinner, or take the kids to their clubs, whatever it might be. It really has made a big difference to a lot of players, as you say. Maybe some of the guys that were maybe known as the average pool player are now giving some of the top guys a game, so it has made a big bit of a difference. The guys with ability are now doing a little bit of something with it. Having a pool table on your doorstep is definitely a big advantage, if you ask me. But the worst thing is I've got a pool table and it's sitting in storage. So I still go down to the pub where I play out of and use the table in there. It's a big shot. He loves a plant, Jack, but he's left Billy a big chance here. Get a frame on the board.
Great shot from Billy Neal. A wee spring in his step now.
Sorry guys, had to jump out for a wee second there. I was offered a slap-up meal and I took the opportunity to go and wolf it. But in the process, watched Billy's last frame, and he will be distraught with himself for that. But he'll not let it bother him too much. He's got to keep digging. He's just losing the weight a wee bit here. Every table in here's a wee bit different. The TV table, probably the most popular table in the building. A wee bit more springy off the cushions. A bit more action. And it's catching Billy out. Well, you might have heard the voice there, guys. Voice of a name that I mentioned a few times earlier. A young man with serious ambitions in the game. And he's making his way. He's played in his first event. He made it to the last 16. It's young Sean McGiff. You would have seen his name on the scoreboards earlier. For your first event against some of the guys that he's playing in this, some of the guys that have been here and done it numerous times, I think he done fantastic, and he would never have come in here imagining he's going to make it through to the next day and do any damage. He's not got the expectations out with. He wants to make it as far as he can in the game, and I think that is an absolute phenomenal and admirable trait to have. So keep your eyes peeled for this boy. I play in the same team as him. I see him on a daily basis now, and the more and more I see him, the better he looks, the better he's playing, the better he's getting. So, as I say, it's a name to watch out for, and he's in the commentary box. You probably heard his voice just bouncing in a couple of times only a few minutes ago. And this is a typical Billy Neal finish, guys. Absolutely phenomenal. The one you don't expect. So, Jack Whelan to break. Remember, guys, this is a race to 8, so Billy is not out of it yet. He just needs a mammoth run of frames. Renzi mentioned earlier he was speaking to Ryan Davey after the match. Just gave him a little what happened. And Ryan's reply was, Billy didn't miss. So it is possible, if you can get a chance at the table, those balls were flying all around the table there that much. I thought it was impossible that something wouldn't drop. But on this occasion, Billy's back to the table. I think the thing here is, maybe, I'm not saying that the breaking disc challenges, when you're playing them and having some fun with them, won't help you become a slightly better player, but I think when you're in these kind of tournaments, you look at the balls up the top of the table, but I think there's no easy finish. There's definitely no easy finish, and there might be some of you guys on there going, aye, there is, Stevie. Yes, there is. But for me, I don't see an easy finish there. I see both sets of balls with work to do. And if it doesn't get it right, but in these breaking disc challenges, the only thing you're trying to do is breaking disc all the time. And that can catch you out in some of these events. Maybe there's a time to tighten up. Maybe there's a time to try and cover a bag. I know Jack's a very intelligent player, and it's not like he can't play that side of the game, but every now and again, maybe you just need to slow yourself down. But I tell you what, this ball into the left middle might just be the one if he's going to attack. He's not looking at it. Well, he's got a chance now if he's being aggressive. But the only issue I see here, and Sean is still sitting next to me, guys, is if this doesn't come out, he might not be on anything easy. Can he cut it back? It's thin. It's very thin. That was my problem. See, if he takes the ball over the middle and goes into them, he would at least, I think, be guaranteed to be on the one closest to the black spot, or even the one down the bottom right-hand corner as a worst-case scenario. I know it would have been long, it wouldn't have been easy, but he would have had that. I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. I don't think he's tried to pot that. I think it was too thin. And he's played it in such a way. Jack will probably take the one in the middle of the three and cut it across and try and take that pocket. He takes the other one. Well, Billy, this is a chance. I'm surprised at Jack there. This is a chance. I think he's got to play the double. And if he gets it, I think he gets a frame. I think if he gets it, he gets a frame. Because he'll be on the one to the left middle if he plays this properly. He's unlucky. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy, but again, this isn't easy for Jack either. The two next to the yellow and the black. Oh, I wonder if he's got a plant on the top. Is he running behind them right now? Oh, get your cameras ready, guys. That was a piece of class. You know, I actually said to Renzi not that long ago, Sean, I said, Renzi, I used to take these kind of finishes where I would be kicking balls out, I'd be slamming in 2-on-1s, I'd just be, nothing was, I wouldn't get them all the time, but I would, every now and again, I would be taking the kind of finish that people would go, woof, that was a monster. And I can't remember the last time I did one of them. And it's like I'm trying to be perfect now every single time, too much. And I've lost that way. And a few people will say, but no, Stevie, you're doing the right thing. You're trying to play the game right. You're not trying to, the only time you need to take it a monster is when you're in trouble. And obviously, if you're having to force the issue, maybe you're 6-2 down and you decide, I'm just starting to go for this here, I need to get it. But I took it as that I was losing a bit of my game because I'm like, what happened to the Stevie Walker flash finish? And but people are saying it's because you're better.
Well, now that you say that, Stevie, I was actually talking to Jazza all day about this, and I was similar situation. I says I used to get more flukes, Jazza. I'm not getting as lucky anymore. He says it's because you're not a flukes when you miss a ball. You're not missing as much. You know what I mean? So just obviously what you're saying there, it is you get better and you play the game properly, and these things happen less, but it's better in the long run, isn't it? Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you're improving, but you're starting to feel as if something's missing from your game, and it's great when you take one of these mad finishes and you look round with the chest puffed out as if, but
I think it was one of the cases where I was taking the finishes more than any other finish, and it was maybe because I was all over the place. I was running out of position. I was putting myself in trouble and then getting myself out of trouble. But there was a few people, a lot of people know Tiger, one of the best pool players in that Scotland probably ever had. An absolute class act of a man as well. And he used to say, he would look at me and just put his cue away and go, nah, I can't be annoyed. You're not listening to me. And it would be because I'd go, but I finished it. I got it finished. I took the finish, Tiger. I got it done. And he would say, but you're not going the right way, and eventually it's going to catch you out. And there is no doubt that is the way.
Well, the way you're starting to play now, it's the only way to play and to be able to compete with these guys and go far in tourneys. Because you get like your big finish players who flip balls and cannon, bash. You never see them at this stage of the tourney, do you?
No. Well, do you know, that's the thing. Just like Alf Garnett, they're saying it's because you're maturing and giving it more thought, not just going berserk. And it's a great point. It's just, I look at it and I think, there's the odd time I look at the table and I think, me maybe 6-7 years ago, I'd be finishing this. And now I'm looking at it and thinking, this is awkward. And obviously, the more I've started to play the game right, and obviously I'm competing far more with the better players now. I've not been a million miles away a few times, but I'm coming away from it thinking the finish that I'm looking at that's awkward. I used to think, I'll finish that, I'll get that, and now I don't see it and I'm refusing it sometimes. Whereas I'm not saying I should do it more often, but maybe on the odd occasion you need to throw one of them in. One of the finishes just to get you back in the groove. Maybe the game's not going your way and you need one of the big finishes. But you're right, you're 100% right. Going berserk is definitely not the way. It's just, I think I
think the odd one as well can have an effect on your opponent.
No, definitely. I mean, I remember the word head wrecker. That was an absolute head wrecker. Your opponent is absolutely climbing the walls because you've just monstered a finish. But just looking at Jack there, Jack got himself in big trouble and he's pulled out an absolute worldie. Now, that's the thing I'm talking about. He's had to do that because he's in trouble and he's played a phenomenal shot. But I think that's probably the way. If you're in trouble, fair enough. But if you're early in a frame, like I did yesterday in a decider, I decided to go for a mad finish, go berserk basically, because I thought I want to get this finish before my opponent gets a finish. So I decided to go nuts. And sure enough, I lost that decider. So if I ever needed any evidence of doing it right, then that was probably it. So
Billy's unfortunate not to be on a ball there, or an easy ball.
He's actually really, really unlucky there. He's played a good aggressive shot. The only thing I could say about it is he maybe just played it too hard. And that's easy to say because the yellow came back across, but I think some people are very, very guilty of playing a kick-out shot with pace all the time. Just try to play it off a yellow rather than just control. And Mark Boyle, for me, is one of the best in the business of playing a controlled kick-out shot. I said a few years back, how come every time Mark does it, he lands perfect? Now, I know obviously he doesn't, but it just seems that way. And he just seems to play the kind of shots with control rather than just smashing them in and saying, hopefully I'll land on something. So there's a lot to be said about being mature, giving it more thought, and definitely not going berserk. So I totally agree with that, mate. I think they'll be shaking hands here, Sean.
Well, Jack's playing with confidence, and because of the gap, pressure maybe isn't what it would be if it was a tighter scoreline.
You know what? I am so proud of Billy Neal. It's not like me and Billy are the best of friends and we've grew up together, all that stuff. I've got to know Billy through pool over the last kind of bunch of years. As I say, he now plays in my pool team in the Glasgow Pool League, and he's a guy that I respect greatly. He's a hard worker in life. He's just as genuine a nice guy as you can get, and he comes to these weekends. A lot of the time it doesn't go his way, same as myself and numerous other guys here. But he's had some major results. He's got to the semi-final of what is regarded now as a major tournament. And I hope he goes away with some serious positives and digs deep for the future events, because he's shown what he can do. And everybody that obviously didn't know Billy before this, keep your eyes out, guys. He made a few mistakes here. I think it maybe just got to him a little bit. But keep your eyes peeled. He's definitely one to watch out for after this run. He could really, really kick on. So well done, Billy.
Definitely. He can definitely play the game. As Ryan said, he didn't miss a ball. He dished a lot of frames against them. I only met Billy at the beginning of the year. First time I met him was at the 5-man, Stevie. And obviously, big Spider too. Big Tam took me up. And obviously, Tam asked me, saying, "Do you want to go?" And I said, "No, I don't. I don't think I'm good enough," because I heard his team, not me. I knew Greg was a player, Billy, Big Spider, and but Billy obviously made me feel welcome in that. He's a good guy as well. He's a nice guy. So well done, Billy, in getting to the semis.
Yep, looking at that, John Owen. I mentioned earlier on the commentary, I don't know how many people were on at that time, but I've not played John a lot. But I played him in one of these Saltire events. There's a few events back, and both of us were in the one-loss side, and it was the match to qualify to get through to the last 32 for the redraw, and I was 4-1 up, and I was buzzing. I was in absolute fire. I was just waiting on my next visit to the table, and 2 poor breaks from me. Well, I say poor breaks, they were good breaks. The balls opened up fantastically well, but nothing dropped. John wiped those 2 away, and he broke and dished on his own 2 breaks and beat me 5-4. My only 2 visits were to break. He really is that type of player. He will go absolutely for everything, but not in a crazy way. John's aggressive. He will try and kick things out. He will maybe go for some things where you go, "Oh, that was risky." But he does it with a control, John. He's got serious ability. It's as simple as that. And Renzi used it earlier, saying as he's got older, he's became more controlled in his aggression. He's still a very aggressive, attack-minded player, and the rules obviously suit him, but John's an absolute class act. This game's only poised at 2 each in the other semi-final. The only reason for that is because Fernie went to Tenerife for a few hours. To be fair, the times, I think Ross had took the times as literal, because the idea of these is the times are set based on how long they think each match might take, but I'm now well and truly up and running. And as I said to you guys earlier, I do have to disappear at some point. Not like David Blaine, but I've got a hospital visit to see my nephew tonight, so hopefully this game doesn't take an arm and a leg to finish. I don't even know if that saying even exists, but hopefully it doesn't take too long, guys, and I'm still here to commentate on the final, which would be brilliant. But that's what time we're on just now, 4:45. Well, I've still got a good bit of time. Still got a good bit of time if these 2 guys speed up the procedure. That's greatly appreciated, guys. He was the wee man. He's only 11. He was playing football, and unfortunately, he took a really bad turn, and his leg twisted at such a fierce rate that his femur turned like a corkscrew and snapped. So the wee man he's in good spirits. He's a good boy. He's a good kid, and he's got a ways to go to get some kind of serious recovery, but he's on the mend. So I really appreciate that. Appreciate those wishes. Thank you very much. He's missed that by a long way there. It's not a major miss in this. Fairness having to. He's going to have to work something out here on these yellows. Clint has this frame well and truly on toast unless Ross can pull something right out the hat. Excuse me. Really, really tough spot he's in here. If Clint managed to get the pocket. I think Clint was going for the pot because the finish is there, but I think he had the worst case scenario in his head that if it didn't drop, he might get the pocket, but Ross is getting no option but to be very aggressive here. He's tried to slip it in off it. Oh, he's managed to, he's got the best second prize he could have asked for. He might have been trying to just take the bag at the pace he was playing at, just to slide it off it, cover the pocket. Clint playing the pocket. No, he's just going to take the pocket. I wonder if Clint could have just played the red out. I think if he plays it, I don't think the yellow goes, the one that stuck to the red at the top right hand corner. I think the red, if he could just play the red out, he would have been prime position to take a finish in the next frame. So in the next visit. That's a good shot. He's trying to get something up there so that he can open that pocket up. I think the best thing for Ross here is to try and develop his balls while that yellow's on top of the red. That's what he's doing. Now Clint. He's going to slide that red up inside. Oh, he doesn't want to pot it. He's played that really well. Good shot. I think you might be looking at a skill shot here, guys. It was a straightforward enough skill shot, and the combination goes down. And he'll be looking to land as good a snooker as he possibly can here. And it's not bad. It's not bad. You have to feel that any hit is a good hit, but Ross has made sure that there's still plenty of pool to be played in this. That's a fantastic hit. Mr. Fernie would have been annoyed with himself not getting closer to the black ball when he just wanted to touch the yellow off the cushion and down, try and weld himself as close to the black as possible, but wasn't easy. Really is a case of when Clint decides to go aggressive. The next event, I think the next one of these is in the Players' Lounge in September. I'll have a quick look for you right now. Probably in the time it takes me to do that, Craig will have answered. September the 2nd. Does that say September the 2nd and 3rd? September the 2nd and 3rd in the Players' Lounge in Falkirk, which isn't that far from Glasgow, maybe about 20 minutes. So the next one of these events, to which there's always spots become available. There was quite a few people withdrew quite late in the day for this one, which was disappointing. The main aim and one of the major changes that happened in this year's tour is that your place, everyone pays their tour at the start of the year. So once you do that, the spot is yours. And what will happen after that is, if I can't make an event make one of the events, for instance, I could basically say to you, listen, if you want my spot, it's available. You just need to pay me the money for that single event, and that spot's yours. Some people will let the tournament director and stuff know that they won't make the next event, and then it will be put on the page for anyone that's maybe interested in making one of the events to get in touch and pay for that spot. So the good thing is to try and minimise any kind of buys and walkovers and stuff like that. But unfortunately for this one, after the draw was made, a handful of people then pulled out the event. So there was a few missing from this one. But like I say, no doubt the next one there will be some available as well. If it's one of these is something that you fancy, then I would keep a wee eye on the Saltire Facebook page and you'll get an idea. Perfect. That's even getting your eyes on some of the pool, catching up with some people like the commentator. That would be great. Fernie's trying to force some kind of angle. That's what he's looking at here. Try and give himself some kind of chance, but there is some serious work to be done. It's not easy at all. I'm actually looking at this and thinking, even if he gives himself just enough angle, he's going to have to play the one into the top left-hand corner. Oh, right. So it looked like he was leaving the double. Is he going to put it into the... I don't think he'll cut it in. He might be. It looks as if he is. It looks as if he's going to cut this in to the right middle pocket. Yeah, mate, we'll definitely get a catch up. That would be fantastic, definitely. This is a big shot. In the grand scheme of things, it is only 2-2, but it's a big, big shot for Ross. I think he would have preferred to have the double and then run into them, but it may be a better angle than it looks on the TV screen, to slide it into the right middle pocket, and then, but the pace he's going to have to play it at to open up the yellow at the same time. I can see through the commentary box onto the actual table, and if he was just potting the yellow for the black, it would be easy, but that's why he's taking the other one, playing the cross double. Oh, it got in the road. I think he had that there. I think he had that, you know. Looked as if it was in all the way. Well, what is he playing? They look quite close for the 2-in-1 combination, but Robert Stephen will tell you there was a similar shot lined up the other night in here, and they were saying it was impossible. I only had one attempt at it, and I said, what you've got to do is drag these in so that the ball you're playing onto will follow through, and I did, and it only just stopped on the lip of the pocket. As I say, it was only my first try, just a quick shot while I was playing the other table. I thought Ross might try the double there. He's managed to at least put the black in a little bit of trouble, but if Clint can cut the plant in thin, he should open it up, and he does. And this is going to be 3-2 Clint. Clint was always favourite for this frame, guys, as everyone watching will know. And I think Ross Fernie has done pretty well just to hang in as long as he has, because there was never really any chance to be major aggressive and try and kick things out, and he's tried his best to force the issue whilst hanging in the frame. So it's not exactly any consolation, as it looks as if Clint's going to take the frame, but it just shows you that he's willing to fight to the very last, and that is the Ross Fernie that we all know. But it is 3-2 to Clint Jansen in this semi-final, race to 8. Belhaven Scottish Series Event 4 of the Saltire Tour, live in McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar. We're on Scottish Cuesports streaming. I am Stevie Walker, and thank you very much everybody for watching, being involved in the live chat. It is greatly appreciated, as always. Ross Fernie to break, frame number 6. I have seriously got to get myself one of those breaks. I think over the weekend, myself, however many times I broke, I think I only got a ball maybe 2 or 3 times, and one of them I got 4 yellows and 3 reds, which that was maybe me levelling up for the amount of dry breaks that I had. But such a massive part of the game these days, the break. Ross Fernie doesn't have a good break. He's got a big chance here. The question is, does he take reds or yellows? It looks like he's looking at the reds. Starts it off with a nice soft plant into the bottom left-hand corner. He's just going to work his way up the table now. And barring any major mistakes, it's going to be 3-all here. This doesn't want to go too far. Absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. And they were straightforward. There wasn't anything majorly difficult about it. Sometimes they're the finishes that you take your eye off the ball ever so slightly, and I don't expect guys like Ross Fernie or Clint or Liam, Mark Boyle, Jack, whoever it might be, I don't expect these guys to do that, but that little bit of concentration can sometimes catch you out. But Ross Fernie made sure there he was in the zone, took them out well, and it is 3 frames apiece in this race to 8. Come on, guys, speed up a little bit. Craig, if you're listening, let's make this a race to 5. Oh, the white has stayed out. Bit of an awkward start, just bridging over the corner, the middle pocket, sorry, at the corner of it. I mean, it looks like he would prefer the yellows. But he's not got a starter on the yellows, so it's probably going to have to be the red into the top right-hand corner. Unless he decides to cut back the yellow in the middle of the table towards the right middle pocket. But he's not got an easy starter at all on the yellows, so he might have to try and force the issue on the reds. Tough decision. It's definitely not easy in any way, but Clint having a close look. As we said earlier on, Clint is an absolute fantastic player. He normally plays the way he faces, and I know people go, what does that mean? It's like if he's on the ball to the bottom corner, he'll just go down and play that ball, and he'll get himself on the next ball, and on the next ball, and on the next ball, and he seems to have such a fluency to his game that you won't see him walking around the table 10 and 12 times. And he's missed that. And I think Ross will be taking the yellow just below the red to the bottom left-hand corner. I don't think there's any doubt here, guys, that Ross will be taking the yellows. He just doesn't want to knock the red over the yellow closest to the left-hand cushion. He's deciding to go upstairs first. Oh, he's okay. He's okay. Slightly surprised. He took that ball first. I just thought that might have been the perfect ball to end up dropping in for the one down the left corner, closer to the left cushion for the black last. But Ross is the man in the semi-final, not me. So I will watch on to how Ross maps these out. Big shot this. How is he playing it? He's decided to just drop up behind the yellow into the opposite corner. Things haven't got easier. Got a little bit more difficult here now, guys. Very well played. I know he looked at the angle to come round behind the yellow, not through the gap, but I think just managing to miss the knuckle on the inside was as big a shot and as tough a shot as he was going to have. So he was always going to have to get a little bit of luck there on his way out, especially trying to miss the yellow either side. That's a very good shot. Very good shot. I wasn't 100% sure whether he would try and come slightly high on that and play it into the bottom right hand corner, but the angle was obviously a lot better for the shot Ross has played. He can't get too close to the black here, but I'll tell you guys what a finish this is going to be. At no point have these been easy. He's actually put himself in a little bit of trouble a couple of times. And this is a big shot. Big shot. To go in front. Oh, that wiped its feet. That wasn't as clean as he would have liked, but he's played it with a little trace aside. Just enough to carry the ball into the pocket and go 4-3 in front. Ross Fernie to break. And this is frame number 8. I'm not sure if he's on the yellow to the bottom right hand corner. I think he might take reds regardless here. I think reds might be the balls, but it's whether or not he has the right starter on any of the colours here, but I think he has to go reds. That's just about perfect. Needed to stop just to give himself just a little bit of angle. And he's managed to do that. He's going to have to push through. Maybe through between the two yellows here. That's okay. Made the black a little bit more awkward. I think it was always going to be a plan in his finish was to take the red in the top right hand corner for the black into the left middle, but now he will be coming upstairs first and then working his way back down, and the black will no doubt be going in the top left hand corner. Yep, Rammer, it is 4-3 to Ross. He's just obviously forgot to mark up the score. I'm sure Craig will sort that anyway, or they will sort it after this frame. Again, this has ended up a little bit awkward, but one good shot here to give himself any kind of shot on the black. Screw past the yellow off the cushion. Just using the yellow, very clever, very, very clever. And this black to go 5-3 in front. Absolutely class there from Ross Fernie. I don't know what is happening on the scores, but it should be 5-3 surely. Fernie didn't mark his score up when it was 3-all. I don't know if Craig can have a look at that, but he's put his score up there, but it definitely should be 5-3 if I'm correct. Guys, I don't know what you guys are seeing if you're watching, but I'm pretty sure Ross should be 5-3 up here. It seems to be all fixed now, guys. And barring a mistake here, Ross Fernie has a chance to go 6-3 in front in this race to 8. Just wants to pull this back a couple of inches. It's just about perfect. Just had a wee visit there for 2 seconds, guys. Sorry. Ross has just overran his shot as he dropped it in the left middle. The one place that he's really awkward is up near the top cushion, and it's the one place he lands. So giving Clint a chance to get a frame back on the board. 6-3 and 5-4 is massive. And 5-4 is what it's going to be. Unfortunately for Ross, he didn't take that chance. And fortunately for Clint, he got back to the table. And it is now 5 frames to 4. These two guys are taking some kind of break after starting their game 4 hours behind the other semi-final. Please hurry up, guys. So Jack Whalen, who is off tomorrow to Vietnam, is awaiting the winner of this match. 5 frames to 4. So we are heading for another tight match here. Who will get over the line? That is the question. Another chance for Ross here. And not as easy as the last one he had. But he's going to feel that he's going to have to... He's going to have to take... He's going to have to take this one. I think he's maybe... He's just about get the right angle here, just to drop onto the red nearest the bottom cushion. I'm not sure that he can just drift past. I think that would take him too close to the yellow, so just... Excuse me, so surprised. So surprised at Ross there. He just seems to be lifting his head at the last second. I don't know if anybody else noticed that, but just as he's letting go of the cue at the last second, he seems to be lifting his head. So good shot from Clint. That's actually a fantastic shot. We also need to just... That'll do it. That'll do it. That was a hit and a bit of rage there from Ross. Not happy with his previous shot. He's had a couple of loose shots today. Well, I'm saying today, he's played great. He's in the semi-final. In this match, he's had a couple of shots that you wouldn't normally associate with Ross Fernie, but every one of us will have one or two bad ones. Some of us even more. So, very uncharacteristic of Ross there. He's given a chance to Clint to play his way into this frame. Not where Clint was wanting the red to go. He just wanted to get the ball out into the middle of the table and leave the white as awkward as possible. But as I said earlier, these cushions are a bit more springy than some of the other tables. Probably gets, well, I'm saying it maybe gets a touch more use than most of the tables, which is probably a bit of a stretch considering how busy Monday to Sunday every week this place is. But we do have these three match tables in an area with a little bit more space than the rest, and they are the most sought after tables. Oh, that was some effort. That was some effort from Ross Fernie. I thought he nailed it. I thought he absolutely nailed that there. Clint was trying to steal the pocket there. Sorry guys, I was having to, the air conditioning in here is phenomenal and I love it 90% of the time, but I was feeling a little bit of the cold there, so I had to stick my hoodie over my head. And Clint Plays the back kick on the red at the top of the table, trying to take the top corner bag, and absolutely nailed it so clean. He's potted the ball. He's now got 2 reds, left top cushion, right top cushion, as we look up the table on the stream. I'll tell you what, guys, this will be absolute world class if he can take these out. He just needs the right angle. I think if he needs to get off the cushion. He needs to be able to use the white ball when he plays this shot. He needs to be able to just flick up towards the black. Unless the black goes in the top left as well. I have to assume it does from where he's looking, because he's went really high on that, so he's going to have to play this in with a bit of pace. Yep, I didn't think he had the angle to play that shot. That's why I was saying on the one in the top right-hand corner there that it had to maybe bring the white back a touch, or even leave it roughly where it was so that he could create that angle. I just didn't think he could force the angle enough there to get up behind that black. So he's got a tough black, a very, very tough black. Is it the fine cut? Or is it always going across the table? He's going across the table. In or over? He's saying in or over. Nowhere near. And now Ross Fernie is back to being big favourite to go 6 frames to 4 up. Got a bit of a bird's eye viewpoint there. Sean was right behind the shot, saying if Clint caught that just even on the left-hand side, it would have went cushion yellow and in. It was a big, big bag, and it was a lot easier than it looked from where we were. Well, not a lot easier. He's having to go across the table, but if he catches it properly, it would have been hard for him to miss it. So, what does Ross Fernie do from here? Has to be a snooker. Well, not even a snooker. He's just giving Clint a hit. And this is going to be top cushion smash. Let's see what he's going to do. This is... He could hit it clean. Ooh. Well, if you were going to miss and plant the black somewhere, it's as good a place as any. I know he's got a double. He's got numerous options, but it's not an easy shot to just drop behind and nail. But no, that's it. Sean's next to me again, guys, and he's saying on these tables, especially with the cloth, playing really fast and skiddy, you can play them up the rails, but why do that when you can just go down and try and kick it out? Now, can he just sneak behind it and drop it in the middle? I think he can. I'm having a wee look through the commentary box to the table. It actually looks quite tight. not easy. Not easy by any stretch, but you would probably rather be Fernie right now at the table. Is he going to have another go here of bringing it out? What you guys thinking here watching? Are you thinking yellow top, yellow middle, double? Are you thinking yellow top, yellow middle, round behind it? I think he's looking at the double here. I think it's an easier double the lower the white is here, so he's not going to want to travel too high. I mean, maybe just and no more above the middle bag. And it's exactly what he's played. Oh, the proverbial feet wiper, but entry to the house has been permitted. And Ross Fernie goes 6-4 up. Don't know what that nonsense was that came out of my mouth there, guys, but it is 6-4. Phenomenal, Ross Fernie. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. He's had a few wee mishaps in the last couple of frames, guys, as you all know. Things haven't went great. This game probably could have been over the line by now. Clint's hung in brilliantly, but Ross has managed to get that frame. And it was definitely one that was needed just at the right time. And a good finish and a phenomenal black. So well done there, Ross Fernie. This match is getting very, very tight. It has been the whole way through. But when you're heading towards only a few frames to go, it doesn't half get tighter and tougher and definitely more difficult to get over the line. But Ross Fernie is now 7 frames to 5 in front in this race to 8. And I think these are dry. I think these are dry, guys, and I think this match could be over. Ross Fernie at the table. How do you start these off? Do you drift the one into the middle just close to the yellow? Push the other red up over the top pocket? Well, it looks like that's exactly what he's going to play. He's played it very well. And I think Mr. Fernie is now in. And the good thing is that the red lowest of the two on the left-hand side at the bottom, if he gets the right angle on that, plays it in such a way where he just nudges the yellow out the way, he'd be very unfortunate not to be on either the red closest to that pocket, or if he leaves the red furthest down the table into the bottom right-hand corner. I think he's got some options here. It's just about picking the right spots. I wonder what he's looking at here. Is he? It's totally fine. I think he can drop this in and then take... I don't think he can take the red in off the yellow, but I do think it goes clean. So I think that... Yep, I do think it goes. I think the only issue that he might have... Oh, he's taking the top one first anyway. Oh, he's going to get that out now. There we go. Is that frame ball? Is that the match ball? And the temperament that Ross has, he's a cool customer. 2 reds and a black away from a place in the final against Jack Whalen. And if Ross didn't disappear for an hour, we might have already had the final halfway down with the top commentary team of Walker the Talker. And at one point it was Renzi, and for one small blast, Sean McGiff. Sean Michael, as he's known to most people in these parts. It's because he's hero George Michael. He doesn't even know who that is. He's like, who? He's just called himself the Heartbreak Kid, and now that needs to be on his next t-shirt. Congratulations, Ross Fernie. You are into the final of the Saltire, the Scottish Series Event 4, live in Scottish Cuesports streaming, and that was absolutely phenomenal, mate. Well done. Right, guys, this is the final. Unfortunately, I only have half an hour, so I will give this half an hour before I have to leave. I know Ross got caught up before the semi-finals. He had somewhere to be quickly, and it kind of didn't hold us back in the sense that the times were already set anyway. Things are running well ahead of schedule. It was supposed to be a 6 o'clock start for this final, so we're over an hour up. The hope was for me that would be a wee bit further forward and I would get to commentate the entire final. There isn't really anyone else in the building. I've asked a few people there to step in with me so that they could keep it going when I step out. But unfortunately, there isn't anyone willing to do the job. I don't know if Sean, who was sitting with me a minute ago, may come in and sit and at least provide a voice. I will say to him. There we go, guys. I've managed to get an understudy in. So young Sean will come in and at least give you some kind of voice while I'm away. He'll just talk about the pool that's at hand. He's a good lad, so make sure you run that live chat function giving him pelters. Ain't nobody taking my job. So Ross with a chance to get the first frame on the board here. Saying that, with these two guys, this could be a quick match. Unfortunately, I don't believe it will be half an hour, but you never know. Maybe for the next event, Santa, if you're watching, mate, you need to get a wee tent in the corner for the commentary. Somewhere to pat me out the way and I can do my bit. Create a space, mate. Create a bit of room, and I will gladly do my thing in the Players' Lounge. So the next event is September 2nd and 3rd, I think. Players' Lounge in Falkirk. Saltire Tour. Belhaven Brewery, Scottish Series Event 5, that will be. Everyone and anyone who may be interested in getting involved in it, make sure you have your eyes on the Saltire page. There will always be the odd place that comes up for grabs, so keep your eyes peeled, guys. If you fancy playing against some of the top players in the UK, they do come far and wide to play in this tour. That is one of the best tours in the pool circuit. And we've got two of the very best on the table right now. Ross Fernie from Scotland and Jack Whelan from England. I hope that's where he's from. But nope, yep, Jack's from down south. Ross from up north. And we have a quality final on the cards here. As I say, two of the very best at what they do. And that was a little bit of a wiped feet there. But he's giving himself just about the right angle. Get himself up. He needs to. I don't know if both of them go into the top left-hand corner. I think he has to get high enough to get the top one. How well judged was that? And has he got the angle to just screw straight back? If he does, that is some shot, guys. Has he got the angle? That is a question here. Looks as if he's pushing through, so I don't think he does. That's not a bad shot. Not a bad shot at all. That shot deserved a round of applause. But as you can imagine, in this pool hall today, most of the people are on the tables. It's you guys at home keeping an eye on this. And it's 1-0 to Jack Whalen. Ross had the tough yellow up the cushion. Unfortunately, just clipped the cush on the way up. That brought the ball out ever so slightly, and it was never going to fall from there. But Ross Fernie will come to the table to break, try and get himself back in this match. Long way to go. Long way to go. A lot of frames to be played, a lot of mistakes to be made, a lot of big finishes to be had. As I said, two of the very best in the world at what they do. So there will be a lot of twists and turns in this match. That much is for sure. Not a perfect break off. The three balls close to each other at the bottom cushion. It was Socko. It was an absolutely phenomenal positional shot from Jack. Sometimes you have to just tip your hat. So Ross he's had a good break. He just hasn't got. Oh, it'll do. It'll do. The red, obviously right next to the black, is not much worse off than it already was. I mean, being so close to the black obviously has its issues with he's okay. It has its issues with the option of maybe accidentally knocking in the black. But he's given himself a chance here, Ross. And sometimes in any frame of pool, all you can do is give yourself a chance, and that's exactly what he's done. Big shot here. Needs to leave himself just about right, and I think he has. I think he'll just pull the white back. Maybe just an inch. Just needs to pull it back just above the black, just to give himself enough room to cue. And if he gets this just right, and he has, may have just he's overhit it ever so slightly, but I think he's totally fine. I think he's got just enough that he can get the cue. Yep, he can just get past. So he'll be screwing off the left-hand cushion and across. He's just got to power this in. Nice and confident, heart of the pocket. And he'll just pull this back a couple of inches. Exactly as I said. And Ross Fernie will get back on level terms. That yellow coming back towards the black spot. Just a little bit awkward. He's looking to see if it passes into the left middle, which I think it does. I'm looking at the possibility here is the reds, maybe the balls. Yep, you can see there that it does. The more I look at this, the more I think reds, but I'm not going to tell Jack what to do here. He's a top player. But I do think that the reds are quite good as well. This first shot's key. He's going to have to knock the red out the way. He's ended up clipping two reds. I think he was trying to miss the first one, cannon the second one and knock it down the table towards the bottom cushion. Whether it landed there or not wasn't a major. It was just a case of getting it out the way and opening up most of the yellows for him. But unfortunately, things have got a little bit awkward for him. I think he's on the ball into the bottom left-hand corner and the top right-hand corner. He can cue in quite easily. It's not an easy shot, but he's got a full hand on the table, a full stroke on the cue. And it's a very, very good shot he's played. That looked tight when we seen the corner view, so that's not as clean. I think he might need to play it in off the other yellow. As you've seen there, guys, with the view from the corner, that yellow doesn't look like it goes clean. The one closest to the black. Yep, and that's exactly the way he's played it. Now that yellow does go into the left, well, did go into the left middle. I don't know if the red has impeded it, the one closest to the left middle now. But he will, no doubt, he can maybe come between the two. No, it doesn't, it still goes. So he's got the option, he can come between the two and land on that red, or he can just drop through. He's came up to the red, he's played it well. That's a great thing about having a couple of different options. And there was a couple of ways Jack could have went there. And the way he has decided to go just opens it up ever so slightly for him. He shouldn't be able to lose the white. Yep, he's going to be the lowest red first, and then he'll slightly clip the second one. And he should just have enough angle to hold the white to get comfortably on the black. He's just played that straight out the way. That's perfect. Absolutely perfect. So just needs to drift past in the same line. Made that a little bit more awkward for himself there. That is not as good a shot as he could have played, but he's got a shot nonetheless. And he nails it. Absolutely nails it. I think he's tried to take the pocket off with that. He's obviously a bit unhappy at his positional shot. He's tried to just drift past inside the red. Probably didn't have to be that close to it, but he's tried to just drift past the red and he's got himself too close, and fortunately for him, he's left himself a double and he's absolutely slammed it home and goes 2 frames to 1 in front. And Ross will break in frame number 4. Jack Whelan is 2 frames to 1 up in this race to 8. In the Saltire Tour, Belhaven Brewery Scottish Series Event 4 final. Brought to you in McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar, Players Lounge Falkirk, RJM Sports, Coors and Onboard Sportswear, and we are live on Scottish Cuesports live streaming. I am Stevie Walker, and it has been a pleasure to be here most of the day, and hopefully some future events as well. For today, guys, I only have around maybe 7-8 minutes to go before I have to leave. I have some pressing matters to go and attend to, and unfortunately I will have to leave the commentary box, but young Sean will step in and at least give you guys a voice to listen to while I'm away, as everyone knows how difficult it is to watch any kind of pool with nothing in your ear. I personally just can't do it, so hopefully at the worst case Sean will at least give you something to keep you tuned in to what should amass to a great final between two absolute phenomenal players. Ross has tried to power across there and get himself on the yellow on the top. These yellows aren't easy from here. That's a very good shot. He's given himself, he's played that in such a way, just a little drag through, make sure you get the angle to go and play into the bad ball, and turning a negative into such a positive so quickly. That is definitely the Ross Fernie way. That's another very, very good shot. I think, oh, is it maybe too tight? Does it go? Maybe it doesn't. It doesn't look like it does. It looks very, very tight. I think he's very unlucky there. I know he's played the shot coming out of a little bit of trouble, where he's got himself back in with a chance. But it looks like it's landed touching the red, which is very, very unfortunate. And is he going for it again here? He is. He's played a blinder. Now he just has to drop this in. Give yourself a shot, Ross. Drop it in. Give yourself just enough angle to get yourself up the table. That's a beautiful shot. I Tell you what, guys, this is some finish. What a finish. He's had to get the same ball kicked out twice. And he's took these absolutely brilliantly. Phenomenal. I've used that word a few times today, but that right there was absolutely unreal. Another break off with some work to be done. So Jack is at the table. It's where you want to be. He's got a ball down, but it's not easy from here. He's definitely got some work to do. But this is a big shot. He's got just about the right angle, I think, here to play this into the left middle. Yep, he's drifted at home. And the yellow next to the red passes into the top right-hand corner, so he's got a chance. Does he take it in just now and go into the two yellows? Does he? Yep, I think he has to. I don't think, as good as he is with the plants, I think he's going to go and nudge the first one out here. Absolutely brilliant. That red was always over that pocket, so that was never going to be easy, and he wasn't going to play it too hard. He's okay. I think he can just bring himself across and he should be totally fine. It has been unbelievable, the standard all weekend. It's to be expected with some of the guys that you see in these events. I think I would have been taking the ball into the middle and just screwing past the red in the middle of the table and taking the one up the top, then the other one the top right for the black. However, he decided to try and get on it as early as possible, which is not a bad thing in any stretch, but yep. Damn. Well, he's given Ross a bit of a lifeline here and a chance to go in front. And let's be serious, guys. Ross Fernie will not be making any mistakes from here. Forget the commentator's curse. Forget the high jinx material. What I'm going to say here is Ross is far too good. And when you give Ross an opportunity to make something happen, generally Ross makes it happen. Well, Ross is going to play the red off the bottom side of the yellow here. Taking the yellow towards the cushion, the red into the bag, and the red down the bottom. There you go, guys. A lot of people watching are saying, what's he doing? 2 shots, just get that out of there quick. He was just making sure that was a dead set plan, so he had no worries about it. It was just about getting himself positionally perfect. He's overhit that. He only had to drop that in bag weight and then just drop it across. However, he's getting up. Oh. Just a nice delicate screw. I was going to suggest that he forgot this red down the table was still here. He's so perfect on the black. But Ross Fernie just has to cue this in, nice and confident. Tell you guys, now you got to see the same view as us there. What a shot that was. And that is now 3-2 Ross Fernie. Jack with a mistake. And guys, that's about it for me just now. Barring something coming up and me getting told that what I'm about to do is not happening, I will not be back on. But I'm going to leave you guys with Sean. Sean was sitting in about half an hour ago with us, and he's just going to talk away. He'll talk some nonsense. He will try and tell you the shots, and nothing will go exactly what he said. But no, Sean's he's going to sit in, guys. He's going to just bump his gums so you guys have got a voice in your ear. So it's been an absolute pleasure as usual. Walker the Talker, over and out.
Hello. Back on the main mic this time. Finally got rid of Stevie. Good finish from Ross. So who do we have winning it then? Type away. Do we have Jack? The Wonder Wheeling? Or Ross Fernie? I wasn't going to come in and commentate, but Stevie told me I get 20 quid free in the bar tab. Complimentary drinks a lot. No wonder he's in here commentating all the time. Becky thinks Fernie. Good break. And I think Ross smells blood. So consistent. Great to watch. There's a bit of Rango now. Lovely. Just take these bottom two and come up table. I think he's looking to come up high for the middle one, second last ball, and take the opposite lower one either into the corner or middle, depending on how he lands. So he just needs plenty of room for error here. He can change his way if he falls short. QS in with confidence. And it looks like 4-2. Oh, now. Jack's off the chair. What a chance that is. He'll be kicking himself. Not like Fernie. However, sometimes good shot. Yeah, sometimes you take your eye off the pot, trying to be too pretty with the white. I'm a sucker for it myself. I think the black goes in the middle as well by the yellows as well, so Jack just needs to mop these up. good shot from Jack. Nice. And that's for each. Tit for tat, a mistake from Jack in the previous frame, a Ross punished, and a mistake from Ross, and now Jack is punished. This final could go to the wire. I've locked the door, so I have on the booth for Stevie in case he somehow ends up back, so he can't get in, so don't worry about it, guys. Just missed that there. I think Jack broke. And he broke dry. Wow. So I think Ross is looking at the yellows here. I'm probably wrong. It's got one bad one on the side, but side rail. So the break, as someone was saying earlier, the break is absolutely massive in tournaments like these. If you're playing a top class player and you dry break 3 times, or you go in half, and if you go in half with the white, it's even worse. You could be 3-0 down off the rip, and if his break's working, that could be 6 frames in a first to 7. Ross is just looking now to find a way to develop this yellow on the right rail, lower table. But he could also just nudge this red centre table, and that will create the double into the middle. So there's a few options for Ross. He'll know better than us. But he's definitely thinking game. Good shot, opening up his top yellow for easy access. Before, Jack had a bit of a wall built there. So he might have a good angle here. Not easy. I think he was trying to come over towards the left side of the table for the cut into the middle bag to go bottom cushion and kick his bad yellow off the side rail there. which would have left him a guaranteed shot in the one to the top corner. But now he's going to have to play a good shot to get him back into position. What an absolute shot from Ross Fernie, ladies and gentlemen. Brilliant. Now that's the difference. And he couldn't have positioned the white better with his hand for this one up the corner. Fantastic. Just need to be stopped dead. Give himself a shot on the black. Brilliant. Great finish. Big frame to win. They're all big, but at 3 each. Running out of position and a recovery shot to get in the frame. Dry break for Ross. Now that can be the difference, as you all probably would have seen in the quarterfinals. I think it was young Ross Fernie versus Chris Taunton. It was a how, and the Ross had a monster break in the last frame. And that's the difference between getting over the line and not. Chris would have been devastated because they played great pool. The Jack's just going all out. But that's how important the lag is as well, if you think about it. Ross obviously won the lag, which gave him that break in the last frame. And if his break's working, it's an advantage. Looks like Jack's playing yellow cushion, flicker red, open the bag for the bottom yellow. Oh, very unlucky. played it at a good weight. See, Jack's got all these wee shots in his locker. Obviously, all the top boys do, but you see Jack play quite a lot of them. All the wee pull shots and the flicks, the plants. He's playing all the time now, and I don't know if Ross will be looking at the 2-1 down the bottom corner here later on down the line, or maybe just now, depending on how good he is on it. Played it very well. Gives that red down the rail a chance now. Not sure if the red between the two yellows goes anywhere. Might go in the centre. You can see him looking at it now. But you need to be pretty. So there's a few options here. So it looks like he's opting to play this down the rail with running side and just give that a wee nudge and out into open, because he knows he'd be very unlucky not to leave himself a shot on either the red at the top left or top right of the bulk lane. Best case scenario, he's plumb on the one he knocks out. Just having a double glance at the gap. Played it very well. He'll be over the moon with that result. Played it in a controlled way. Unlike, that's the difference at this level again. Everything over cannons or nudges. It's obviously you need a bit of luck here and there. It goes a long way, but you say, oh, the better players, the best guys they get the rubs. They play. It's because they play them in that way. You know? Just that straight black for 5-3, Ross Vernet. Remember, it's a race to 8, I believe, in the final, in the semis, not 7. Just having a look at the results there on the Q score, and I've got to say, great run from a couple of players. Billy getting to the semis. Brilliant run. Had to beat a few good players, like Sir Ryan Davey and Morgan McInnes. And Andrew McPhee getting to the quarter-finals of this event. Great run from him as well. I believe he's from Edinburgh or Perth. I'm not sure which one. But again, he lost his first round. He went through the losers bracket, beat young Kieran K 5-0, and beat Gio Egger, I believe, in the last 42, 7-6. wins maybe he didn't think he was going to get, because I was speaking to one of his friends after the match, or just before the quarter final against Billy, and they were saying that Andrew actually came in this tournament last minute. He didn't think he was going to get by the first round, or didn't think he was going to this, that, and the next thing. So to get a great run to a quarter final and bag yourself, I'm not sure what to pay out, so I think it's 400 quid or 450 quid for the quarters. And 2 days great experience at a great venue. Can't really ask any more than that. So well done, Andrew. Looks like Fernie's back in with another bite at the cherry here. Take this one up the rail, then all his work's up top. The black over the middle bag. He just needs to make sure here. Playing great stuff, both of these guys. As the guy said earlier, you don't get to a final of an event like this with all these names unless you're on your game, and also unless your brake's working. Just take this in the corner, punch out for the opposite bag by the looks of it, or run through it. Right, he's chose to punch out. A nice wee angle now. He might opt to swing this 2 cushions just to give himself that breathing room. Or if he touches down, he'll just go 1 with a wee bit of left hand side. Plum. These guys have just got the pace down to an absolute T. And so, as one of the guys was saying earlier as well, some of the tables play differently. They do. Some the cushions springy, and the pace is a little bit different, but it's fine margins, I believe. And that is another great finish from Ross. 6-3 now. But you're only a dry break and a good break away for Jack to bring it back to 6-5. So a lot of pool left in this game. Ross to break, and his break has been quite good, I believe. And as I say that, commentator's curse. As I say that, he breaks dry and leaves the Reds looking pretty for Jack. One bad red, but Jack will make light work of that. KO the curse. Yes, I should have kept my mouth shut. So Jack's looking at reds here. There's a couple of options to go about. He might. So he's wanting to get this ball out instantly. We play the plan. Land on it. Lovely. They love plants, by the way. I've seen him play about 20 plants this weekend. So I have. Oh, he won't be happy with that. It's just the yellows. Oh, that's a bad rub. It's a bad rub for Jack. Even if he was out a bit there with his white, he could have been on the ball. He's just opened up down to the bottom left corner. But the yellows came across there and blocked the plant that we were speaking about. So he might have to reroute there. He's not even on the one at the top left. He's actually not. He's only over on. I think he's just the one over the bag he's on now. By the looks of it. I'm not sure if he can even get it clean. Maybe cushion first. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell for this angle. I'm trying to have a look through the commentary box. But if he's not happy with it, he could always. It looks like he's going to go for the hanger here. He was on it enough. He was on it enough to get himself back out. So pop this one over the bag, leave himself low. You see him there looking where he needs to be. Get himself nice on this next red. Looks okay there. Great shot. Now, the shot is fair. They just look so easy, but they're not. And Jack's one of the guys that makes it look so simple, but he's hit the cue out really nice. I know it's a big area and stuff, but he's stunned it high with side. The average player would have just played that plain ball or whatever, or just stun or just screw, but he's stunned high to widen the angle with side, and it's resulted in him getting a good clearance to get himself back in this match. 6-4, going down to the nitty gritty now, and I believe it's Jack to break. I did say it. He was 2 breaks away, and that's now 6-4 with Jack to break. A good break here, and it could be 6-5. So you think you're ahead. A bit of breathing room, and suddenly the guy's back up your tail. So we'll just need to see how he breaks now. Wow. He's put everything into that break there, and it's ended up dry again. And Ross will be ready to pounce now, looking at the Reds. knowing that he just needs to take his time and get this done for a chance back to his break. Getting his pattern, mapping out his finish. Now, Ross is a really quick, a lot of people were saying, and obviously from watching the guy, he's a quick player, but he's only quick because he takes his time at the start of the frame, gets his pattern, and usually doesn't run out of position. So when a guy knows what we're going to do from 1 to 7, it allows him to play with a little bit more flow, and that's what Ross does. He's just taking his time, composing himself here, making sure. Dot to dot. Just needs to map it out now. So I think the next shot's going to be the shot here. It makes a break. He's obviously looking to top through and come through down this gap for the two middle ones. The gap at the left side of the table between the yellows. It looks like he can just... right, stun over with a bit of bottom left. Nope, looking to top through. And he's hit the yellow, but he's still okay. He's got a shot. He's got a shot. We'll be happy with that. The only thing that maybe could go wrong now. I think he's okay. I think he can stun up by the black at the left hand side of the table, take the red into the opposite middle. Ideally, he'd like to be low or straight so he can screw back for the black. But if he's high, he can always run through down to bottom table, take the black into the big bag at the left centre. So there's plenty of options. He's just getting his line. He knows anyway. He knows there's a wee bit. So him seeing the multiple options takes the pressure off his shot. You know, knowing that if I'm too high here, I've still got another option. But the way Ross is queuing, he didn't want to be on the cushion there right enough. I think he might have enough to just jack, just pull it back a couple of inches, as you can see him looking there. Take the black in the bottom left bag. I think he just wanted to be off the cushion a touch here, just to a wee bit more control, and so he could cue the ball a wee bit easier, but I think he'll be fine. He's just looking to see where and where he can't be. Just jacking up. Doesn't like it. Just, honestly, margins, it's a game of margins. Half an inch off the cushion just now and he would have already played this shot, but he's tighter than he'd like to be. That was the problem. He's tried to top, just play it natural, come and can the yellow to leave him the shot in the black. And he's just hit it inside and totaled himself. So I think he's looking at going 1, 2, 3 cushions, back heel to the middle bag, or he might be able to come through this gap and kick it back, but needs a bit of luck here because he knows if he misses, it's 6-5. So at this level, not even a hit isn't even good enough here. Needs to be a pot. You want to hit this clean. He's unfortunate there. He landed tricky on the side rail. It wasn't easy, but at the same time, he could have came straight or a little bit higher. Swung down for the black in the big bag in the centre. And he's just been unlucky with where the whites landed. And Jack will come in and clean these up now, I believe. I think Jack's just got into that a little, but he's okay. I think he was trying to get really, really good on this one down the rail. But he's got options. He can leave himself the one into the middle, on the right side below the black for his last ball, and he would be straight into the top left corner if he really wanted it. Oh, that's a great shot from Jack. Round angles. And now he's on his bad yellow. Drop this in, and it's 6-5. It was always going to be a thriller of a final, wasn't it? (6-5) with Ross to break, I believe. So for those of you that don't know, if this is McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar, the venue, it's getting held today and yesterday. Great venue. Probably one of the best in Scotland, if not the best. The conditions are brilliant. The food is great. Staff, which you can't ask for any more than that. And it's at a good location. Very accessible for anyone. usually tells you how many viewers there is on the stream. Can't seem to see it here. Someone comment below. How many viewers do we have for this final? It's a great break from Ross. I know I'm sounding repetitive here, but it just shows you how important these breaks are for these caliber of players. Absolutely massive. And he's ran a little bit short there, Ross. He wanted to be higher, so he was straight on this middle one, so he could just drop it in, take a yellow to the bottom right corner, and come back. And then he's works up top. He's run a little bit short, but I think he'll still be okay. 250 viewers. Good to see. A good shot, just using the black as a stopper. However, looks like you need to take it in the top left bag now. Now he's plumbing this one to the corner just now. Will he take it and screw back? Just getting a feel for where he needs to be. So opted to take the top middle first, come out for the one to the corner and leave himself a good angle. If he can just bring the light back to where he's looking at, he'll be able to punch the last yellow into the middle and come across for the black. So just needs to hold his nerve, cue the ball. Great shot. For usual thinking, no, easy. Maybe in a practice table in the pub or in the club, but 6-5 in the final. Ross is making sure. That's good. On the cushion again, but let's see him get this. Rolls it in. Great cues, Ross. And that is 7-5 on the hill against Jack. Again, I think it's just the break that's let Jack down here. He's been dry and a good few times when it mattered. It's so important. Especially in the latter stages of the tournament. Ross has had 3 runouts. I'm not sure if that's just breaking dish or if that's runouts are classed as reverse dishes as well. Can somebody let me know in the comments? I'd imagine it was either dish or reverse, but I'm not sure the official ruling on that one. Again, Jack off the break. 0 balls. And that could be it, folks. A lot of work to do here, but again, dry break. Ross in first. You can't ask for much more than that. A chance. There's been so many tournaments where the guy's 7-5 up and just doesn't get a chance. It's been dish, reverse dish. Dry break. Killing him, but Ross he's been gifted with an opportunity here. Will he take it? Not easy. See the sponsors at the top right of the screen there. RJM Sports. So, this long yellow down to the corner. And he's missed it. Very, very awkward it was. And Jack will just be happy to get off the seat. He would have been fearing the worst there from the break. I know it was very, very difficult, but these guys just know how good each other are and their opponents massive respect, and they know that even the half chances they most likely won't see again. So Jack will be absolutely over the moon here to be back at the table. Great shot from Jack. Coming across for the red and opposite bag. And he's got two options here. You can take the red to the top left corner, the one he's going for just now. Bring the white back a touch, leave the opposite red in the other corner. Come down low. Take your red into the left corner. Leave yourself high. Take the opposite red and come high for the black down the rail. Or you could also come down and give yourself an angle. And play the double. But I think he'll opt to play position here. If he can get himself nice on this. He'll back himself down the rail because these tables play so well, and as you can see Jack's eyes in. That's lovely. He'll be happy with that because another roll he would have been, or two, he'd have been bridging. Oh, wow, that's a shocker. I did not expect that. I know he was cutting back a touch there, but if he'd have played that a little more inside, he would not have missed that. Down the rail there. So Ross has jumped out of the chair. I don't think he expected to get another shot either. He has leaped out of his seat and working out how he would like to take these out. Like to go downstairs first, I believe. Come up. If he can get that one pretty on that one in the rail, these should be done. So, as you've seen there, Ross tried to come up. I think he tried to get really pretty on the one on the rail and noticed he had an opportunity to get even better on it, opening the path to the opposite middle as well. So he'll drop this in. He won't drop it in, he'll play it. He'll play it with a bit of conviction, I believe, after seeing that black Jack missed. Yep. Roll this through. Oh, he's up the screw back, stand back. An execution shot rather than the natural. But he's absolute plumb. And one good shot over the bag for the match. Well done, Ross Fernie. Unlucky to Jack Wonder-Wheeling. A great final, as many would say. Unfortunately, Jack's break just let him down, to be honest with you. And he said the chance with that black, and on another day it might have dropped, but not today. Great event. Two great top-class players. The ref, Alan Reynolds, Renzi. Thanks very much, everyone, for watching.